Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some Mages of Pleasant Valley. Not Present Valley, though
You're
being
peasant.
with you all is a gift, yeah.
Mm.
I was just going to say it more eloquently, but you beat me to it. And I am joined with my good friends, Carator, Crusader, Kiana, and ID. It's been, once again, we had to take another week off. It happens. But now we're back. So let's do a little recap and a little bit of a reintroduction just so that everyone knows who we are. I am Eotidiss. I'm a shapeshifter from another dimension. Nice to meet you. And I am the GM of this game. I will be running things. I am the storyteller, as the World of Darkness would want you to say. I tell the story. How about you, Carator?
I am Carador, also known as Zuzan or Lucas, depending on if we're playing on, Twitch or Steam or something else. My character is Nicholas Bassett. He is a billionaire philanthropist, doctor, cannibal, as is wont to be. Although I'm not sure if he's actually technically a billionaire yet. I need to pump those numbers up.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers.
He's back home in Pleasant Valley to try to take care and help out his old town.
All right. And how about you, Crusader?
I'm Crusader Corrupted. I am a VTuber on Twitch, and I am playing Anthony DeLuca, the chef on the run.
Oh, is that a raid portal?
New identity.
I'm ready to receive you.
Friend of Nicholas, and trying to open up a bakery here in Pleasant Valley to give these people something good to actually eat.
What do you mean?
McDonald's.
They have McDonald's. That's all they need.
Yeah, something good to eat.
Well, thank you, Raiders, for coming on in. Thank you, Skelth Crow. I hope you guys had a good one. We'll give you a shout out. I am doing a recording for a YouTube video, so please don't mind that I will be focusing on the roleplay throughout this. And enjoy the show, guys. And with that, how about you introduce yourself, Kiana? Welcome to the dungeon, my new little changeling. If you weren't muted. Uh-oh.
Bueller?
Skipper for a moment. ID, introduction.
Yeah. Oh, Keanu appears to be dealing with a thing. All right. Hi, I'm ID10, your favorite, maybe, living glitch in the system, who keeps breaking things, but then fixing them, because it's usually my fault that it broke in the first place. You can find me on Twitch at ID10_T. You can find me on YouTube and Twitter on ID10Tube. Don't ask. Still trying to get the accounts. But yeah, I'm around. I'm here, and I'm playing Ethan Gardner, the worst infiltrator ever. God, I'm so bad at this. We're playing World of Darkness Mage the Ascension? That one specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Mage the Awakening was like from the 90s.
Yeah. Ah, the 90s. That was many years ago I don't want to think about because that means I'll be old. Oh boy. Yeah, that's me. Hi.
And he doesn't have like any particular dialect or style of talking, does he?
Oh no, he sort of speaks like he's from New York City. He's not exactly the young guy. He's the kind of guy who's seen him a thing or two. Then again, he is a graphic designer by trade, so it's not exactly like he's the kind to get in the kind of a fight. Then again, stranger things have happened. TMC, copyright, whatever. Sorry, whenever somebody says Stranger Things, I can't not think of the show now.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It's a common saying, but it ends up being that. Yeah. Yes, we are playing the 20th anniversary edition of Mage the Ascension, which already dates us as being old because we're playing the 20th anniversary of something. Congratulations, us. Kiana, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi. Yes, I am Kiana Cardinal. I am a Mage VTuber who is I am a dork and I have been sick for a while.
Hmm.
Yeah, I do stuff. Like I use AI to make fan fictions about my friends. Very, very good use of my time. Yes, yes.
Yeah, and they definitely wouldn't be friends that end up in situations because of this AI, would it?
No, no, they totally wouldn't get into like arsony or anything like that.
Hacking into each other's accounts.
Hacking
Yeah.
into each other's accounts, deleting their memories, nothing like that.
Well, that's just horrifying.
I know. Who would do that, ID10?
Yeah, nobody, not me. TNTZ, totally them, not me.
XD rar.
Yeah, oh my god.
Ooh, woo.
It wasn't me, ID10. It was ID RXD. That's a different one.
And who are you playing as?
I'm playing as Gemma Linguini, a nun helping the local church who has a penchant for books and really likes pasta, like a lot.
All right. And who would like to recap the events of the last episode to lead us into this episode? Any takers, character?
Honestly, about the only thing I remember was that we made potatoes,
Oh,
and I
yeah?
didn't get to eat them, which
Yeah.
I believe is a crime against humanity. But
Yes, the world's best roasted garlic cheesy potatoes
Yes.
that were so distracting to everybody in the party.
we had to make willpower save rolls to not like lunge at them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
and
god.
and to just drive a car.
Yeah. They were great potatoes.
I believe we left off after giving them to the harvest dragon, and then it like ominously starting to growl at something we couldn't see off screen.
No, it was we gave it to him. Very happy. And then Gemma showed up, and he started to not be as happy while inquisiting towards something in her pocket.
Oh,
And she
that's
pulled
right.
out one of the dolls that has been
Right.
magically
That's right.
just appearing in my bakery that's under construction.
The
And
evil dolls.
Now it's very mad, and that's where we left off.
So let me fill in a couple holes. First of all, the Father Andrews became ill after a terrible, battle with McDonald's sweet tea that may have been bad. And Gemma got to host the sermon that day. And our good Dr. Nicholas went to Andrews and tried to help him out. And he was able to even take pictures of a book that were there about the questionable Father Morris, and was able to put together some more information about that fellow. At the same time, the congregation was going well, other than a slight bit of water started leaking from Gemma once again. However, she was able to steal herself away to the bathroom and stop the water leakage from coming out of her book and drawing attention to herself. The luncheon went well. Everyone came back. And then that's when I believe you got the phone call about the doll showing up in the oh, wait, no, you guys first went to go find where Harry was. And you suspected he was at the McDonald's for good reasons. And you went there, did a little time divination, and were able to see that he may have been kidnapped. But by who, nobody knows.
Object to that statement.
And then you got a call that there was a additional doll found on the construction site of the bakery. And after retrieving it and seeing them both, including the one that was found only, I think, 2 days earlier in the construction site, looking at it through Gimma's spiritual goggles, we're able to see that one was happy and one was sad. And they looked nearly identical, except one had black twingy hair and the other one had reddish twingy hair. But otherwise, burlap sack little dolls, and the black-haired one was crying. Then I believe you spontaneously remembered that you had a thumb drive that Margaret had given you that had information on the harvest spirit that you were investigating. And so you were returning to the Beset Cave and found yourself a computer that was old enough and not connected to the network to safely put her her questionable device onto, with good reason, because as soon as you plugged it in, it kind of self-loaded in something. You could tell stuff was going on. And then it popped open sort of a PDF with the information she had collected on the spirit. And based off of that, you decided maybe this thing just wants something really good to eat. And that's when Anthony came up with the idea to make a wonderful dish. And he decided to go with cheesy garlic potatoes. And this man, with all the power that he could muster with his will, was able to make the most amazing garlic cheesy potatoes the world had yet seen. And your group was able to successfully deliver them to the farmer's market where the spirit hangs around. However, Harold and Roger, the butcher and the rancher and the farmer respectively, were still hanging out there, having a couple beers before breaking down their stalls at the farmer's market. And so Nicholas had to go and distract them while the other three tried to deliver the payload. However, they were stopped by the sort of plague-like spirits that also accompany them in the farmer's market area. Although Gimma is the only one that could naturally see them, so she had to use her own abilities to pass on the spirit sight. And much like the Thundercats, give them sight beyond sight. And they were able to do it. However, after slurping down those delicious garlic cheesy potatoes and being elated with the feast that this dragon had been yearning for, or the spirit had been yearning for, it then went over to Gimma, hesitantly, smelling the book in a reassuring way, but then once it caught upon the aroma of the dolls, it growled and bared its teeth at her. And that's where we left off. And that is where today we will begin. Thumical, staring at you with dark and gloomy eyes, teeth bared and growling. What do you do?
Hey guys, we might have fucked up.
Hey, buddy, I don't know what's wrong, but, what's up with the dolls? They're fine. What's wrong with them? And I'll take a hesitant step back.
Thumical does not stand down. He continues with his head lowered, staring up at you, growling, staring at those dolls.
Maybe throw them far away, like towards the car.
Please, not my car.
The Beset Mobile.
I look
You've
back.
got other cars.
Yeah, but how are we going to run away if he eats the car?
Okay. I'm gonna
While
look.
he eats the car.
I'm gonna look back. Who is the closest person to me?
I
It would be
believe
Crusader, right?
it'd be
It would
Anthony.
be-
It'd be Anthony.
Yeah. Who's the furthest then?
Definitely going to be Nicholas, because he was helping Harold and Roger pack up.
And how far exactly is he?
Oh my god, I see
he-
where you're going.
He would be like out of sight. Like the
he's,
farmer's market isn't like completely flat, so there's like a little bit of a hill between you and him. It was enough that he was trying to keep Harold and Roger distracted from seeing you guys do your potato delivery.
Right. I suppose that leaves
Ethan.
Ethan. How far is Ethan then?
What are you asking here?
I was pretty sure that Ethan didn't move far from the car.
Yeah, I was pretty far back there watching the situation.
Okay, so the only person that I can actually see is
Anthony?
Anthony. Thank you. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, I have the sick brain.
It's okay.
And Anthony's like right beside me, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm like
Yeah,
right
pretty
here.
much, yeah.
Okay, in that case, I don't actually have to make a skill check. I just shove the dolls into his arms and go like, "Hey, bud, it's cool."
Oh no.
The Thumicle's eyes are trained on the dolls. I would like to point out at this point that I believe enough time has elapsed from when you had placed the enchantment on Anthony and Ethan for them to be able to see the spiritual realm that it has subsided.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
mine ended at right as it was eating the potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Ethan's
Yeah.
just been handed back by the car.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be there.
So
So
Anthony
yeah, I've got this.
has-
I'm like, oh okay. Yeah, I can hold on to these.
Okay.
Oh no.
I mean, they were found in my restaurant, so like, you don't have to be the one holding them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. Oh god.
Sacrificial lamb. Sacrificial lamb.
Blood
Hey,
for the
you-
blood
you-
god.
You know what?
I'll put them. I don't know. No, they
How
won't
about
just
you-
fit into my pockets.
How about you go put him back in the car?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, now
thank you.
that I don't have to protect the potatoes, I can leisurely walk that way.
Yeah,
I'm a little out of breath from running, so I don't know if I could do that again.
Yeah, I understand. You're tuckered out.
Yeah.
I'll deal with Thumbcool. It's okay.
Yeah, thanks. I gave him that offering, so he should be really happy. Like, those were really
Oh,
good
yeah.
potatoes.
Mhm.
He sure should be real happy.
I'll walk away.
All right.
Okay.
As you walk away, give me a willpower check at difficulty 6.
Oh no.
Okay. No, don't move the character sheet. Okay.
Oh, I hate that. I don't know what it is about Roll20, but if I ever try to resize a window, sometimes it gets stuck to the mouse and I can't stop unsizing it. Oh,
Said difficulty 6, right?
yeah. Yeah, that.
Okay. No, I have a very
Jeez.
strong will.
Yeah. 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10. You feel like the twang of something trying to like reach out to you, but otherwise the feeling passes inconsequentially as you retreat away.
Oh, that was weird.
What did I see happen? Did I see something happen there?
No, all you
Oh.
see is Thumbcool with his head lowered, still trained directly on where those dolls are on Anthony's body, just growling. But he's not advancing nor retreating.
I see. I'll raise up my arms a little, kind of wave them and go like, "Hey, it's cool. We don't have to focus on those, you know. This is you're real cool, by the way. You know, dragon and all."
Okay. How about you roll us a charisma empathy check at difficulty 6?
Oh, okay. I'll try. What the heck is? Okay. I think I got this. It's fine. Charisma, empatho.
Empathai.
Empatho. Oh my, that's better than I expected.
Can I do GM roll? Yes, thank you. Did you guys see that on your side? I guess it doesn't matter. I've got the stream up, so.
Yes, we could cheat.
No, I do
Yes,
not see it
yes.
on our side, but I do
I
see
don't-
it from your side.
Okay. Fumicole's eyes, for a brief moment, sort of, he blinks them a couple times and then looks at you. And he looks back at Anthony. He stops growling, but then he just turns with slow paces, head still trained on him, but walks slowly back towards the little casserole container that the potatoes were in. The small little spirits, the little plague spirits, have gathered around it, and you hear them as they scatter away. And he lays down next to it and licks up the final little bits that are left in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's better. Let me see.
I would
Yeah,
say
those-
by this point, Nicholas, Harold, and Roger have finished packing up and have scuttled on the way, kicking up dirt and dust in their car tracks as they head on into the night.
All right. Well, then I guess I'll mosey on over towards the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You roll up to see the casserole container from your illustrious kitchen, your magnificent, rich, and exquisite casserole dish is sitting there with what looks to be almost ash or something decaying in the bottom of it, as if it has been completely dried and withered out.
Oh, that's going to be a bitch to clean. How did it go?
Well, on one hand, he enjoyed the potatoes. On the other hand, really doesn't like those dolls.
It's a dragon of good taste, I see.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do
thing
you mean he
is-
didn't like the dolls?
Oh, he got like irate about those. Like super angry. Like that has me a bit concerned. Not sure why he'd get so upset about dolls. Growling and yeah, that's why I asked Anthony to take them back to the car.
Well,
No, just
do
trying
we
to
think our ploy worked? Is he going to be, not causing trouble now?
I think he's happier. I think that's a step in the right direction. However, I think in order to fully cement things, I do think we need to figure out some way of dealing with the Jabberwocks. You know, the little plague boys.
The famine spirits?
Yeah. I don't know. He really doesn't like them. Although, interestingly enough, he seems less angry at them than he did at the dolls.
Do they seem to have any interaction with the dolls?
The Jabberwocks?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Maybe you should grab. Yeah, maybe you should grab Anthony.
All right. I guess I'll head back to the car then.
And I'll just stay here and observe.
Shouldn't
You know.
I stop and turn around? You're the only one that can see them, so shouldn't you come with us? We don't want to anger the dragon by bringing the dolls back to it, do we?
You're right. Actually, that makes a lot more sense. I'll come along with.
All right. We'll head back to the car.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
At the Beset Mobile, you guys have gathered up, and with your spiritual book periscope into the beyond, you can see that the car is still crawling with those little famine spirits as they try to find where this aroma of delicious, garlicky, cheesy potatoes has come from, some of them only arriving after it's already been delivered. And you can see that they appear to pay no mind to the dolls on Anthony. Though they are crawling up and around your bodies, they don't seem to have an effect on anything here.
Ethan sort of scratches at his chin and then at his leg, where probably one of the little things is crawling up him. Just goes, "Hey, yeah. So, what exactly? I mean, clearly you're not dead, so I'm assuming it went well."
Oh yeah, no, I mean I made it, did the delivery. Dragon should be very happy.
Yeah, good. And hey, yeah, church girl, you feeling anything good going on there? You mentioned you could see him and stuff, right?
Oh, yes, I could see him. Um,
Does he look
yeah, he
like smiley or?
well, he was. Then he saw the dolls and got pretty upset about it.
Those things are fucking creepy.
Wait,
Just saying.
he was
Yes,
upset about the dolls?
that's right.
Is that why you handed them to me?
Yes.
And then you just let me turn my back on an angry dragon?
I was just gonna make sure he doesn't do anything to you. I was trying to calm him down so that he didn't do anything again.
Okay. Was that successful?
That was successful, yes. He ate the rest of the potatoes and he's pretty chill now.
Okay. And how did speaking to him go?
Didn't really talk back. So
I thought
You
you were
know
going to
what?
use your magic to try and talk to the spirits.
Could you guys all give me a
Oh, no.
perception alertness check at difficulty 7?
okay, I'll do
Yeah.
that. And as I do, I'll just say, I actually had not thought of that as a possibility. I'm not sure why. Alertness
Yep.
or awareness? Okay.
Alertness.
Alertness. 7? 7. Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. All of you, about this time, turn your heads back towards where the casserole dish was, sitting in the middle of the farmer's market. And you become aware that growing out from around that area are small purple-looking plants.
Hey, Gemma.
That's concerning. I should
Did
probably
did
go.
you put your spirit sight on me again?
Yeah, let me just go ahead and do the whole. Do I have to say the same words again?
I mean, it's been 2 weeks, so
Do I have to? Do I have to grant a sight beyond sight? Gemma will get out a little bit of holy water, dab it on. Should I do all of us?
Might be a good
I
plan.
I should do all of us.
I have a
And
question.
Yeah, what's up?
yes.
I've been looking up, alchemy and the like, right?
Yeah?
Can I make some sort of knowledge check if I somewhat recognize these as, alchemical plants or something?
Yeah, I was gonna say if you guys approach again so that you can get a closer look at what they are, we can make some rolls to see what you can know about them.
Can I pull out my phone and zoom in from a distance so I don't approach the angry mutant dragon?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. That's all right. It's gonna be not the clearest picture. You are there at nighttime, and I'm sure a phone's
Oh,
going to
that's
be.
right. It is night, so that's a little bit worse.
Mm-hmm. But this isn't CSI. There's no infinite enhancing. It will be a little blocky. It may make your research roll a little bit more difficult here.
That's fair. I can always
or your
try it out if we get closer.
medicine or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah,
Could Ethan actually do that thing?
I'm not really sure what would be the best.
Wait,
Ethan?
sorry,
Medicine?
you're asking if Ethan can do the CSI zoom and enhance thing? Wait,
Yeah, I don't know. I was just curious.
he's got technology 1. He has used a computer before. That's about it.
I would imagine so. Oh, but let me go ahead and start giving everyone spirits. Can I use a willpower or two to try and ensure that this lasts for a while?
Yeah, I mean, using a willpower will give an extra success. And the way I've basically been doing this is 1 success is instantaneous, 2 successes is about a minute, 3 successes is like the whole scene. And then 4
Let me-
successes would be like the entire day.
I'll use 2 willpower for this, so I only need to get at least 1 success to make sure.
You can only
This goes
use
through.
1 willpower per roll.
Oh, okay.
However,
Fair
if you
enough.
want to use quintessence, you can lower the difficulty of it, which does, somewhat lead to a better chance of having more successes.
Do I even have any quintessence?
You should. It's equal to your avatar.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you had
so I
avatar.
should have at least 3. Yeah.
Yeah, you should have at least 3, and I don't think you've been using it, so.
I don't think I have. No, I'll go ahead and put that on there.
You
Yep.
think medicine or esoterica?
It depends on what I guess you're thinking.
I
Like-
mean, I'm trying to identify them
I'll,
at the moment. Not like
I'll-
its medical properties necessarily, just what it is.
I'll
So I
use
think esoterica probably.
I would think like survival, because you're identifying a plant.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I was looking at specifically from like an alchemy research, which is what I got my esoterica points into.
Yeah, but I would say you would need to know what the plant is, and then you could reference that across what your esoterica would be then, to know what you could use it for. But before you can know what you can use it in alchemy, you would have to know what it is. Right? Does that
Well,
make sense?
Survival, yeah, that does, but survival's like doing things, while knowledge is understanding, knowing what they are.
Oh, I don't know.
Since
At
survivor's a
least
skill and not a knowledge.
at least in D&D, survival kinda encompasses knowledge of how to survive as well as skills to
Yeah, but there's
survive.
also knowledge. Nature is something you can roll for that sort of thing in D&D as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
fair enough.
I mean, I'm only making this argument because I have 0 dots in survival and can't really roll that.
Well, you could always get a picture of it and use research.
That's fair. Let's do that then.
All right.
Okay.
Well, while you're getting that ready, Gemma, please tell us about your ritual here. You said sight beyond sight, but I think there's something else that you need to be using as part of this.
Yes.
Book of
I will,
Omens?
be dabbing some holy water on the foreheads of each person that I'm doing. I'm going to be doing all of us basically with this. I'm going to use a quintessence and a willpower for it.
Okay.
Just-
If you want to, what we could do is make this into a ritual. And that way we can kind of spread this out more to ensure more successes are made. However, if at any point you botch one of these rolls, it's going to be explosive. So we can try to let you build up additional successes by doing it as a ritual, but just know that comes with the possibility of it imploding because of that. If
You
not,
know
we
what?
could do it regular, and you just won't probably succeed as much.
That's you know what? I'll do it as a ritual. That's fine.
All right. So,
Oh.
if you wanted, how long do you want this to last on each person?
Preferably at
Hmm.
least around 5 to 10 minutes, maybe.
5 to 10. So probably around 3 successes, because like 2 successes
Yes.
would be about a minute. So 3 successes would be like in the next range above that, like an hour or more.
Yeah. That's like the bare minimum of what I'm wanting for this.
Okay. So that means 3 people are going to be affected by this, and we want 3 successes. So in order to achieve the result you want, we're going to have to get 9 successes. So now we need to figure out how long we want to make this last, or how long we want to invest into this. So how long is everyone going to be sitting here waiting for you to complete your ritual?
There is a little bit of a time crunch here. Maybe. I mean, a minute would be too short, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes, maybe?
All right. Then go ahead. You have placed the water on their foreheads. Your first roll will go ahead. And because you have used a quintessence and a willpower, you'll 1 get an automatic success, and instead of it being an arete at difficulty 5 for your 2 spheres of spirit, we'll be making it a 4.
Okay, okay.
So arete, difficulty 4, 1 automatic success.
All right, let's roll this. I'm doing the Son, the Holy Spirit. Does that count as a botch? Oh god, that counts
No.
as a botch, doesn't it?
No, you got
Okay.
you got 2 successes.
All right.
So you have a pool of 9 that you're going for. You need 7 more. So after the first minute of Yema praying for you all to receive your sight, the wet holy water drips down your forehead and maybe off of your nose and somewhat begins to dry as she continues to chant. Do you want to take another one? You may use yet another willpower and another quintessence if you so desire.
You know what? I think I will do this because I feel like we really need to see what's going to happen here.
Okay, then once again, arete at difficulty 4 with 1 automatic success.
Lord, hear my prayer. Let us see what's about to happen here.
Well,
Oh.
you get 2 more successes. You still need 5 more to complete the effect you were going for. The time passes and Gemma's almost silent prayers are beginning to echo on and begin to drone out, and I'm going to need you to make a what would be Can you quickly do a willpower roll at difficulty 5 for me? Gemma?
Power roll. Okay, I can do that. Yeah. Difficulty 5.
Yeah.
What actually is my willpower? Wait, hold on.
There's just a button for it.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, that's a whole 0.
Did you use the willpower thing?
I used the willpower button at the top, yeah.
Oh
Did you
no.
take away your base willpower, or did you check off the little boxes when you spend it?
No,
Or
I
do you
have
only
the...
have?
Oh wait, yeah.
Wait, yeah.
You only
wait,
have
yeah.
3
That's
willpower?
confusing.
I was gonna
No,
say,
wait,
wait a
hold
second,
on.
hold on.
I have 5 boxes ticked for willpower. So
You're
I
the
should have-
dots. The dots are your permanent willpower. The boxes
Oh,
are
yeah.
your spent.
Yeah, there
I
you
was
go.
wondering.
Reverse that.
Okay.
Reverse it and roll it again. Yeah, there you
I
go.
was gonna say,
All right. I thought it was 7, or what was the difficulty for this again? 5?
It was only 5.
Okay.
Still 0.
oh no, the 2 1s canceling it out. No.
As you continue your chanting, very focused on it, your concentration is broken by hearing the cell phone of Nicholas begin to ring. Or
In the
whatever.
middle of my search.
Yep.
All right. I guess I'll.
It's your dad.
As
Oh,
I get
then I
distracted,
definitely
I just
have
wanna
to answer
say-
that and hopefully not explode. You said you were going to say something, Kiana?
yeah, and as my train of thought is lost, I'm going to say, and Lord, please please remind us all that whenever someone is praying, to put their phone on silence.
I'll answer the phone and take a few steps away since I've obviously upset her for some reason.
Nikki, I got your message. I've finally been able to pull myself away from my work. I heard what's going on. Are you alright?
At the moment, I believe so. We have some possibly cursed dolls, an angry harvest dragon. You know,
The usual.
the usual.
Right, boy. Well, only been 2 weeks and you're already in the thick of it, I see. Well, what about Margaret? You told me that she had made threats against you.
Yes, she basically claimed that if you weren't around, she would have already killed all of us, so...
Well,
That's...
quite to the point.
Yes, and then she kind of strong-armed everyone into signing a contract to solve her problems or leave town forever.
Well, that's pretty much extortion.
That's what I thought, but
Yeah, that's
I
a-
wasn't in a position to argue with the teleportation mage that had us in the Arctic at the moment.
What? Well, that makes sense, right? I did not recognize that that was the situation that we were going to be dealing with here. I thought she would be more of a protector of sorts. I know she's a bit abrasive, but that, well, I regret to tell you, son, that I'm not going to be able to come back very much anytime soon. Well, and on top of that, I was going to ask a favor of you, but now I
Oh?
feel a little bit rough
I mean,
asking that.
What's
Obviously.
another task on top of what we have?
Well, you see, as part of my work, there's one of my coworkers that has a problem. You see, his new wife had a difficult surgery, let's say, and she's not recovered well from it. She needs to get it fixed up. However, there was discretion that was necessary, and as part of that, he had tried to take care of it himself and only made matters worse. So, knowing that you're professional and you are looking to get help and get a name for us in Pleasant Valley, I thought I would refer them to you. They would be on a first flight tonight to arrive tomorrow if you have an open spot.
Of course, I'm always willing to help those in need, though I'll have to see that what we're doing now doesn't lead to any problems, but I'm sure I can figure something out.
Right. Well, I don't want to bury you. Of course, we could try to find somewhere else. I just know that it might be a win-win situation if you were able to get her fixed up for him.
No, it's my duty and my calling to help such people. I will make time for her, Father.
Right, Nikki. Well, I will let him know to get her on that flight. They're going to be heading in. Expect her around noon tomorrow, and I don't wish to tip my hand too much, but just pay attention. You understand?
Of course.
Now, with that aside, is there anything I can help you with during this situation?
Oh, out of that character, did we know that what was his name? Homeless guy
Harry,
Harry was part of the what's that group?
the Cult of Ecstasy?
Yeah. Did we know that they were part of the Cult of Ecstasy specifically, or that he was just part of some magical group?
Ethan,
No.
I believe, revealed that he was part of the Cult of Ecstasy along with Harry during that meeting with Margaret.
All right.
Yeah.
look, they're perfectly cool guys. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask my father then. Tell him about what happened to Harry, what I think happened to Harry, and ask him to pass along to the cult. Maybe they'd be willing to come in and intervene if their members are being, kidnapped by random people in this town.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Well, that would be quite an affair, Nick. I understand where you're coming from, but when it comes to the different denominations, let's say, of the various flavors of mages, it is a bit dangerous to start mentioning things like that. For one, it is probably going to be seen, at least from the
to the dungeon, my new
Sons of Aether. They're going to be looking at a Cult of Ecstasy member spying on one of their members as an intrusion into their privacy. Whereas, of course, her taking up... Oh, god damn it, I've got a lawnmower going on outside right now. Fantastic. Can you guys hear it?
Nope.
Awesome! Well, if
Apparently-
you do, tell me. I'll just try to ignore it.
Apparently, your magic is working quite well to avoid that being a problem.
Yes!
It's
There
quite
you go.
effective against interdimensional lawnmowers.
So, you know, the boy. Well, if I were to tell the cult that this person, Harry, you said, had been abducted allegedly by Margaret, then it would also show that information is leaking out, because I'm part of neither organization, so I wouldn't exactly be able to hold weight with either one of them. And that might incite even more calamity, because they would show up looking for their boy, of course, their insider. However, you did say that there was another that was part of the group, and he hasn't gone missing, right?
No, I look over. Are you still there? ID.
I
Oh
am
no.
still around, inexplicably.
Good.
I'm alive.
So Ethan is still there, so no, he's standing nearby.
Okay. Then, it
What?
doesn't seem like she wanted to purge them completely. If I were to have my pulse on Margaret, and maybe it's a little bit lighter than I thought it was at first, she's probably questioning him. She probably wants to get information out of him. But that's only my hunch. It's possible that maybe she completely ejected him from the town, but I think it would be curious for her to get rid of one alleged mole but not the other. Unless you think there's some other reason, considering that you're far more intimate in the situation than I am right now.
Well, she's got us in the palm of her hand, and that cuts out Ethan's contact to the outside. So she's isolated us that way. I don't, of course, know what her plans are, but things are getting interesting here. I'll send you some pictures of some objects that have been popping up if you could do some research about them.
Of course.
I've got many things going on, and I can't deal with a harvest dragon, cursed dolls, missing people, all this. It's a very short time frame, so
Right. There are times when you have to look at what's on your plate and pick your battles, boy, so I trust your intuition. I know you'll make the right choice, but anything you send to me, I will look into when I can. Like I said, I'm quite busy with the work that we're undertaking right now, but
of
please,
course.
if you find yourself ejected from Pleasant Valley, please let me know. I could most likely take a break away from my work for that. I could probably raise some sympathy, letting them know that my boy has been kicked to the curb from his own town. But short of that, it could jeopardize everything if I were to leave early.
No, well, do what I can. I'll let you know if anything gets particularly bad.
Right. Take care, son.
And hold on a moment, my headset's just about to die.
Oh, well, that's fine, because during that conversation, Gemma, I would like you, if you could,
Yes.
to make a stamina meditation at difficulty 8.
Meditation? I should actually be kind of good at that, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm decent at that. Okay, let's see.
I'm not sure exactly what it would be to maybe recover your concentration, but I thought a 0 success, that's like right on the cusp of failure, so let's see
Yeah,
if you
that
can
makes
like
sense.
recover yourself here.
You said 7, right?
Yes,
For difficulty? Okay.
1 success. So the sound of the Beset mobile phone, actually that'd just be his cell phone. The sound of the Beset phone ringing crosses your mind, and it interrupts your flow. And I'm going to say that you lose one of your successes, and you now need 6 instead of 5.
So 2
But-
minutes have passed,
Mm-hmm.
and so there's basically no way I can actually reach the 9 that I was wanting by the end of the time. What happens if I don't reach it in time?
We're just going to go over on time on this one.
Okay.
We'll just
Okay,
have
fine.
additional rolls, but you are getting low on quintessence and willpower. So what are you going to do this time?
I just have to do it raw from here.
All right. Then you're going to
And-
need to do an arete at difficulty 5.
Yes.
And you will have no automatic success because you will not be using a willpower.
As I do this, I give a little prayer about, looking past the material world and seeing into the realm of divine creation. And I get one more success.
A single more success. So you only need 5 more.
Yeah. Should I just start knocking these out in like rapid succession?
Well, a minute passes more. Ethan and Anthony, while Nicholas is on the phone having that conversation, you two are just sitting there listening to her. Since you share no spirit spheres yourselves, you cannot help in this, but is there anything that you all are doing during this time?
I was gonna say, Ethan's just going like, all right, when am I gonna see the good shit? He has no cognizance of how this works. All he knows is that
a virtue.
And I'm not one to go to church. No, look.
All right.
What's with all the purple stuff?
Yep. As waiting, I'll just be examining the dolls, trying to see if there's something that we've missed.
All right. Why don't you do a perception awareness check at difficulty 7 for me?
Okay. So my 0 awareness perception check. What was the difficulty?
Essentially 7.
7. Okay, yeah, no, this will be good.
There's nothing peculiar about these dolls at all, really. They, other than being terribly old and dusty looking.
Is it cool if Ethan takes a peek at these, since he's currently pretty idle?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that depends on if Anthony lets you.
It's fair.
Sure. While looking at one, I'll just throw another one at you. I don't care. There's nothing special about this.
All right. Same thing for you, Ethan. Give me a perception awareness at difficulty 7.
Can do.
At least you got your 2. It was a roll of 1, 1, 2, so at least you got that out of the way on a non-arete roll.
Yeah, no, that's really good to get rid of.
Yeah.
That's 3 successes.
Oh
All
my.
right.
Wow. 3 of 3. Holy hell.
Let me double check something on your sheet before I say this. Yes.
He's
So, Ethan, what you notice about these dolls is they have a faint sense of magic about them, specifically relating to the time sphere.
What? He thinks about it for a second, thinks, what? Wait, there's some sort of time fuckery going on here?
Yeah, almost as if like if you had clicked on it like a file and you can see like it has the date last modified. Anything else around you that you could see with time vision, the like date modified would be almost present. Like anytime it would have updated by physics of the wind blowing on it. But you can see that these dolls, they're like modified date goes back to like the early 1900s.
Oh God.
Bah, bah, bah.
Oh no.
Ethan says, hey Tony, take a look at this. Do you see any weird time fucking shit going on? Says here on the label underneath this thing, it was modified in like the late 1900s.
Oh yes,
Wait,
I'm Tony.
what?
Yeah, you're Tony. You're Anthony.
Let me take a look at that.
I get to call you Tony. Yes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's yeah. Tony's a nickname for Anthony. Yeah.
Huh?
Oh,
19th century.
You know, there's something weird about this thing. It's like it's standing still in time.
If you guys want to get some more information out of this, you are going to need to use your Arete time to investigate further.
Which I just so happen to have.
As do I.
Mm-hmm.
Arete it is.
I'm just kind of concerned if I'm losing my concentration by this conversation. 'Cause I'm not gonna lie, Gemma would
yelling-
be very like wrapped by
Hey,
this.
Tony.
Hey, Tony!
You also
Look
mentioned
at
that
this
they
doll.
came from the 19th century. It's like, excuse me?
The 1900s, the 20th century.
Oh, yeah, I always get messed up from that.
Yep.
Who decided that was going to be a thing? That's so confusing.
It's
I want-
pretty much like the first century is from 0 to 100.
And even that's technically it was whatever.
It's like a raise. You start at 0.
Yes.
Jeez.
Wait, what? No, okay. So hold on. You wanted Arete, correct?
Yes, if you guys want to investigate the dolls further using your time abilities, you will use Arete at difficulty 4 for just your time sight.
Okay.
I can do that.
I will pull out my egg
Vavoom.
timer
Mm-hmm.
and set it.
Yes, and explain your process, Ethan.
All right. Ethan, kind of catching wind of this sort of visualization of the time in which it was last modified, sort of with his finger moves through the air as he sort of pulls open from his view, a dialogue box of like, okay, let's look back at the history of this thing. Let's look back, hit Control Z a few times, just keep looking back.
All right. And Anthony, your vision of time, I know that your prime sight is very fire-based, but through the vision of time, you can see things as they once were in the past, and you can see into a crevice, let's say, in space-time itself. And you're able to see that these dolls have existed at no point between their arrival here in Pleasant Valley in the now and 100 years ago in the 1920s. It seems as if one of them was ripped away and placed in a time stasis of sorts. And it there remained suspended until eventually the magic ran dry, encapsulating it there. And then it was sort of shunted back into the timeline. Ethan, you get some of that information. You can tell that it was placed outside of time, but you didn't get the exact time like Anthony was able to.
Got it. But I got the general sense that these just got ripped out of their time and placed here, basically.
Yes. They were ripped from time, and almost perfectly 100 years later, they were shunted back into the timeline.
By who? I'm sure I don't get that, but I'm not sure if Anthony does.
I don't know anybody from 100 years ago.
Have you checked?
Are you,
Also, doll hyperbolic time chamber, doll hyperbolic time chamber. No, I'm being very silly with that, but
Gemma, while that is going on, I'm going to need you to make another roll for your ritual if you are continuing said ritual.
I would love to continue the ritual.
All right, you need to roll Arete at difficulty 5, unless you are using another quintessence or willpower.
I don't feel like I can afford it on this. Okay,
Hey.
oh wow.
2,
Oh.
you only
Yeah.
have 3 successes remaining for your ritual. However, I now need you to make a perception awareness check at difficulty 6.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Difficulty 6. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a 1.
You sense the presence, because you're not focused on anything else other than this, just out of the back of your mind, let's say, the presence of a powerful spirit seems to be lingering right behind you.
Heck. So hypothetically, what would happen if I finished the ritual early? Would anything happen? Would I get a partial effect?
Basically, no. If you ended it early, it would basically just shut down the whole thing. You would also not suffer any penalties, though. If you just said, you know what, let's stop this, and you just ended it, it wouldn't end in disaster.
I don't want to waste all of this, though. But I also feel like I'm not sure if I can get away with it anymore.
But that's the fun part, isn't it?
Okay, you're only 3 away.
I'm only 3 away. Okay, I'm gonna continue. And as I do, I will, like, in between verses, I'll just whisper aloud to Ethan and Anthony. I'm sure Nicholas can't really hear because, like, I assume he's still in the conversation at this point. I'll just go, "We aren't alone. He is here.
That's
Stay calm."
Yeah, it kind of sounds like you're just talking about God like usual.
I do believe it goes when 2 or more are gathered in my presence, I will be there. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Dang it. Curse. Mage mannerisms.
Well, then, would you like to make another roll?
Yes.
Hmm.
That's
There you
another-
go. That's another one,
One more.
which
Thank
means
you.
you
If I
are.
actually used quintessence, that would have been the 3 that we needed.
It
Dang
would
it.
have. It's true. You are now only 3 successes away.
No, 2.
2. I'm sorry.
Last time was 3.
Yes. You're 2 successes away from completing the desired effect.
Okay. Any new developments?
At about this time would have been when the phone call was over with Nicholas. So
Okay. If it's just the phone call being over, I'll go one more time.
I will ask Nicholas. You would see by now that you have 2 friends investigating dolls, and Gemma is still sitting there chanting away.
This seems completely normal, honestly.
One more.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I need like one more
Actually, is Gemma like leaking water or something?
Not to anybody's awareness.
All right, so
Wait.
not completely normal then.
minute. Heck you.
Would you like to make another roll, Gemma?
One more roll. I need one more success, please. Just this. No!
It's not a botch. It's a 0, which means you just did not advance. You didn't get closer, but you didn't botch it. It's a 0.
Okay. I'm gonna just imagine that's the nerves of knowing that it's like he's right
Yeah.
behind me right now.
Yeah, this is when, you're the last player alive on your Counter-Strike or Valorant team, and everybody's watching you, and you have to clutch it out.
I have to clutch this. You're
You have-
right.
Watch your kick.
You gotta clutch.
Do I actually?
For all of
I
you,
can't.
though, you can feel the presence of the spirit world just outside of your perception. It's so close, like the rumble of an aircraft off in the distance. It could be thunder, it could be an airplane, it could be a lot of things, but it's just on the precipice of being realized. It's there. Now, Gemma.
Oh my God. One more roll.
There you go.
Yes. Yes. Finally.
And with that, the pages of her book begin to flap, and the water that was on your forehead drips down over your eyes, and it begins to get inside there, and it tingles at first, almost like clear eyes, like that little kind of minty, almost cooling effect over them. But as it washes away, but you become aware of the spiritual world around you. You can see the as I've mentioned many times before, the over-exaggerated, near fantasy style of things that are about. however flavored in your own philosophy of life. For Anthony, it is this fire, and you see things more for what their potential is. For Ethan, it's this more digital, more technologically focused view of the world. However, they all hold the same common theme. When you're looking at this farmer's market, you see piles and piles of food, and you can also see little creatures crawling through them. And just behind Gemma is a large dragon-like creature that seems to have tucked its head right up underneath of her arm.
Oh, so is it gonna eat us or something?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Is it? I don't know.
You're supposed to be the expert. I mean, sorry,
When-
I'm gonna try to panic. You're supposed to be the expert.
When you take a
I'm
look at it,
trying.
you can see that it's just trying to get its face closer to your book. And once again, it's giving it a sniff.
Okay, I'll slowly nudge the book closer. Just like hold it up. Here you go, buddy. Book.
It then moves its snout closer to your the sleeve of your coat, and Teacup comes rolling out.
Gosh, are you gonna have a problem with Teacup too?
And now, for those of you who have not seen Teacup in the spiritual realm, for Anthony, you would see have you seen Howl's Moving Castle?
Yes.
You know how the fireplace, that little fire guy, what he looked like?
Yes.
Basically like a anthropomorphic fire. You would see that basically commanding this cup. The cup itself kind of looks like it's got a soft glow to it, and this little creature with white eyes and a white smile seems to manipulate the cup. It will pull out of it, kind of like a hermit crab, and it'll crawl around the ground with the cup on its outside. For Ethan, you would see this as a very animated emoji, like a simple yellow smiley face that then changes its emotions based off of what it is, and kind of gets represented by different emojis. For Nicholas, you would see this creature in the cup as a sort of wireframe. It obviously has a bit of a flair to it. It's more than just a simple collection of dots and nodes that are interconnected. It does have a face to it, but it's kind of hard to make out. It doesn't represent as strongly on your mind as this animated character. However, you can still see it manipulate the cup all the same as everyone else does.
Okay.
And with that, the cup moves up next to where the dragon is, and you can see it reach out an appendage and begin to tickle at its chin, just scratching at its chin, and you can hear Thermocool. And Teacup responds back.
I think they're friends. Okay. I suppose question is here. Do you guys want to try to deal with the Jabberwots first? Or should I try to communicate with Thaumacool first?
Hey. He's right here.
True. I am just concerned that if I try to use a spell to communicate with him, I might lose concentration on the spirit site.
Well, if you did it as a ritual, it shouldn't need
Eh,
continued concentration.
This
Oh, does it not?
for this effect that you don't need to like concentrate to maintain it. You've got it set.
Oh.
It's got a set time for it. It's not something that you're constantly maintaining.
So it's not like the previous time that I did it. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then. Then heck it, I'm gonna go ahead and cast I'll cast a speech thingy. Something about tearing down the Tower of Babel or something. I don't know.
You want to try to
What?
speak directly with Thaumacool.
Correct.
All right. That is usually something that is at least a 2 dot on the spirit, so I would say an irritate at difficulty 5. And
Okay.
explain to us how you're trying to speak to him.
That's a good question. Other than just
Well, do you like hold your book up and look at him through the book, or do you look in the direction where you know he is, but don't actually look through the book towards him?
you know what? I've got a good idea for this. I'll kind of hold the book open just as if I was like, reciting verses from it.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of use it like kind of hold it like up kind of like a podium almost.
All right.
Does that make sense? So
Yeah, it
I'm
makes
talking
sense to me.
from it. Okay.
And what do you say
Okay.
to Thaumacool?
I will say, hello, Thaumacool. Can you understand me?
All right. Roll your irritate at difficulty 5. All right.
Okay.
He takes a brief moment away from humming with Teacup. Both of them look up towards you, and he opens his mouth and I need you to make a willpower check at difficulty 7.
What? Okay. I'll do difficulty 7.
2.
All right.
All right. So, for a moment, you see the flash of something in your mind. You see the inside of a cabin. There's a rolling fireplace with smoke sort of leaking out from the chimney that it's in and starting to fill up the room. Next to you, you can see that you're sitting at a table, and in the middle of the table, you see a teapot and a very familiar teacup. And on the other side is a figure. You're not looking at their face, you're sort of looking at the table where the teacup is, and you can see that it's full of some kind of tea in it. And a very gentle hand grabs the saucer that the cup's on and pushes it closer to you. And you can see a long forked tongue come out from under your eyes and begin to lap at the tea from the cup. And then the hand that had pushed the saucer towards you retreats away. And as you go to look up and see the face of the person that's there, the vision stops. And Thaumacool is looking at you straight in the eyes.
Oh. I see. That's a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give a quick status report and go. I believe Thaumacool is house trained, if that means anything.
What?
Wait, how?
What?
I received a vision. I think it was from Thaumacool's perspective. He was in a cabin. and teacup was there, and there was a figure. I couldn't get the details of them, but they offered Thaumacool some tea.
I need you all to once again make a perception alertness check at difficulty 7 for me.
Oh gosh.
Alrighty.
Oh no,
Ethan
even.
doesn't know what the fuck is happening.
Ooh, necklace.
I am
Alright.
very good at perception checks.
Let's
Everyone
go.
but Ethan will now notice that during this time where you all have now seen into the spiritual realm, that those purple flowers that were growing in reality are also in the spirit realm, but they are much thicker in that the density of these flowers is way thicker here. In the real world, for every one flower, there's maybe 10 in the spiritual world. And you can see they've got long stalks on them and lots of little buds coming off of them, making the purple flowers. And you can see that they are now growing right where Thaumacool's been sitting for the past couple seconds. And they are definitely growing at a rapid rate. Excuse me, a rapid rate that is beyond nature.
I guess I'd like to ask Thaumacool, what are those flowers?
I would like all of you to make a willpower check at difficulty 7.
Oh my.
Uh,
I didn't think this would bleed over to you guys. I'm sorry.
I mean, when has your stuff not bled over to us?
Ethan's got a 5. He's probably fine.
Apparently, I decided to not be on my guard willfully today.
Where did
This
my roll
point.
go?
You have
Oh,
so many
okay.
dice. How do you
Data
fail?
processed. I don't know. I don't know.
I got 1 success and 1-1.
All right, Ethan, for this, similar to what I said to Anthony earlier, you kind of have a pulse on your mind. You feel like something tried to reach out to you, but it wasn't strong enough to break through your mental barrier. For Nicholas, you get a vision in your mind for just a brief moment. It seems to be someplace in the woods, late at night. You can see a cabin with a light on inside, a window that has that broken into 4. I'm not sure how to say it, but like, you know.
Yeah, like
It's
the
a
kind of
quad.
like the 4 quarters.
Yeah, the 4-quarter window. You can see the yellow light coming out of it. And all around this cabin, you can see long stalks of these purple flowers sticking up. And where that light points down, you can see the purple color of them. And just as this image comes to your mind, it fades away. For Anthony and Gemma, you can see the same picture I just described, but it lasts a little longer in that the point of view that you're seeing it from every couple seconds inches closer and closer to the cabin until it's right up on the door. It opens, and from the ground level you can see the scene that I just described, where there's a fireplace going, there's a table set with a teapot on it. There's a figure standing in front of you, but you can only see their feet. Their feet are bare and very dirty, and they're wearing a dress that has tatters on the bottom of it, on the fringes. And your perspective is very low to the ground, but you can see a hand sweep gesturing you inside, and the perspective that you have shows them waddling forwards and going up to that table, pulling themselves up, and now you're sitting in front of that teacup. And that's when the vision fades.
Oh.
Ah, the witch's cabin.
So you were having that thought as well.
So the place that we've been trying to get to this entire time to solve the problems that have been going on here, and she has been preventing us from going to, is the place that we need to get to.
Well,
Why is she doing that exactly then?
I'm not sure about that. At
I
least
believe somebody needs to pick up that phone because I fucking called it, guys. I told you we had to go there.
Look,
think
you've been crowing about this cabin in the woods for friggin' ages, and I kind of figured that was the right place to go. Why haven't we gone there yet?
hold on.
But we didn't have enough information to convince her that we needed to go there.
Fair enough, yeah.
This does change things. But there's one more question that's really nagging at me.
Only one?
Cool. Well, okay, I have a lot of questions, but this one is particularly on my mind. Cool. What are the Jabberwocks, and what can we do to deal with them?
Oh, you see, Thaumacool's eyes go from being sort of wide and open and docile to narrowing into very thin slits. His brow furrows. And I need you all to make a willpower at difficulty 7 again.
Oh, okay.
Can I specifically fail this on purpose?
You
Because
can.
actually, yeah, that would be better. Because I know that he's trying to communicate this way.
Yes.
You may choose to fail if you so wish.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll
I
choose
will.
to
I
fail.
will give up my 5 successes.
You know what? Ethan's curious. Why not? My head's probably not going to explode this time, right?
Well, all of you let your proverbial guards down, and Thaumacool's mind taps into your own. And you can see a very low to the ground perspective of, you can only assume, Thaumacool's eyes as he traipses through the woods. And he can see that there's a cave behind some man-made structures, and the cave looks sort of boarded up and abandoned. But despite that, he can see that there's little fuzzy creatures that are crawling out from the cave. And
Damn
as
it. I knew it. I
and
knew
as, and as they
Darn.
move out from the cave, they begin to swarm around him, and he swipes at them, and they continue to gather near him. So he turns from the cave and he begins to run through the woods, leaving them behind. But the further he runs, you can sense through his perspective that he has some fear for them. He not only dislikes them, but he's afraid of them. And his memory then flashes forward. And it's him resting tirelessly in the farmer's market, and all around him is the hubbub of people collecting their produce and trying to share their wares with each other. And you can even see his vision of Roger and him trying to talk. But this moment seems to skip and lapse, and days go by, and you can see him staring at Roger. And Roger shows up one day with about half as much food as he normally would. His haul seems to have been stunted for some reason, and he's visibly upset by this. And on this day, the little fuzzy creatures, have gathered around him, and they begin to sit on what produce he has brought. Thaumacool moves towards them and roars and tries to scare them away, and for a moment, Roger gets a brief smile as he laughs at something. Thaumacool lays back down. He is incredibly tired in this moment. Even that small bit of autonomy, that agency that he just exerted, seems to have worn him out. And it's not long before the little creatures begin to coat Roger in his stand again and begin to peck away at what he's brought. And then the vision stops.
Well, I believe we all know what needs to be done.
That was the mine, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it was. You know, the one place Margaret has been telling us we're not allowed to go. yet she strong arms us into a pact that forces us to do the things she forbid us to.
Well, now we have evidence to bring to her.
Oh yes,
That,
the dragon said so. She's going to take that.
well, the dragon that she can't deal with herself said so.
Hold on. We don't have to report to Margaret at all. She said for us to deal with this. That was her explicit words. She basically gave us autonomy. If that means going to the mine without telling her, I think that's fine.
Except she has so many
Same.
traps and camera magical doodads set up that I doubt we'd be able to get there without her knowing.
One, that is true. Two, she is trying to protect something from. There is protection there for a reason. Either something getting out or people going into danger. I would like to know what we would be walking into.
Regardless, this is what's causing the issue.
Yes.
We have to go in there to deal with it. That, or we could start dealing with these now.
Or
at least the ones locally here.
Or at least by letting her know that what she's doing isn't enough, and that we need a more permanent solution.
I'm going to assume we're going to find some dead body covered in these things down there. Maybe a pile of them.
Maybe we'll find a portal to another dimension. Who knows?
The way we're going, definitely a pile of dead bodies.
I was hoping for
I
something.
mean, that happened once.
Yeah,
Question
no, I
is-
was. Never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go.
It's okay. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Ethan just kind of scratches his chin and says, "Yeah, no, I was hoping for something then a little bit more whimsical, you know? Lots of dead bodies being talked about here."
Oh, we did run into one buried under the floorboards of a house
The bakery.
Yeah.
that was seemingly degenerating billions of spiritual insects.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad I skipped that episode, not gonna lie.
So,
Yeah, no, that was plenty of fun holding the door open and having them crawl all over you inside of your clothing.
Listen, if there's anyone who has the right to complain about them crawling over them, it's me.
You know, Ethan just loosens his tie ever so slightly.
and we have all these magical creatures and things coming from the hut of the medicine woman. And now a bunch of famine creatures coming from a mine where supposedly lots of people got trapped down inside of.
I say we go to the hut first, or that's what we should prioritize,
Okay.
and try to gain a bit more of an understanding of what's going on.
Question. Do we do anything about the Jabberwocks that are here right now?
Can you do anything about them?
I mean, I can touch a spirit.
Try smacking one with the book.
Oh, okay. Is there a Jabberwock that's like somewhat close to me?
Well, since Teacup and Thaumacool have been doing their humming and moaning at each other and a lot of this mental work, they've sort of cleared out of the area around the car. They definitely still exist. You can see them crawling over these spiritual produce piles. So if you wanted to wander over there, it wouldn't be too hard to get
Yeah.
in proximity to one.
I'll go wander over and like just kind of try to like give one a swat with the book. Not particularly like trying to harm it yet. Just like seeing like testing a theory. Just going. Boop.
Okay. I want you take your book and you thwop it on one that's right in front of you. I want you to make a willpower at difficulty 9 for me.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Oh my.
What did I just do? Oh god.
So, you thwack the little creature with your book through the spirit, and the little owl head on the rat body just kind of puffs into a black cloud, and suddenly you're overcome with the fear that you have made a terrible mistake, that everyone you know is going to hate you and leave you, and you'll be all alone again. It'll be just like before, just before you moved here. It's going to be awful. It's like before you met Josephine. It's before anything great happened in your life. You'll feel pitiable and alone.
Uh, um,
Did it work?
yeah, I don't think we should do that anymore.
Is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. I'm perfectly fine. We're fine. Hey, we're I don't think
So-
I've ever asked this before, really, but like, are we like friends?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, technically speaking, I've only known you for about 24 hours, and part of that time was spent being knocked out because you yeeted me across the room with a fucking pillow. But, yeah, no, you're pretty cool, all things considered.
Can you guys all make a charisma empathy roll for me at difficulty 6?
Yep. Charisma, empathy.
There you go.
All right, 1 second.
Oh man, double 10.
Jeez. Look at you go.
Jeez.
It's not in my specialty, so it doesn't really do anything. But
Mhm.
Fair enough.
To you, Gemma, Nicholas isn't all that persuasive in his reassurance that you're friends. Anthony, you get more of a positive feeling from, and Ethan, you're very positive about.
Okay.
well,
Okay,
that actually
understandable.
seems about right.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Checks out.
Math checks out on that one.
Ethan gives the worst verbal argument and yet is believed the most. This tracks.
It's just your body language.
It's the most life and death pillow fight she's ever been in.
You went through
Yeah.
a lot together.
She could have died.
Yeah.
I could have died.
Okay, good. That's nice. That's really nice. Yeah, let's leave these things alone and we'll just hey, what are we doing, guys?
Let's call Margaret and set up our next move.
No.
Hold on. I think if
We-
we do call Margaret, we need to unanimously agree to call Margaret.
I would like to say, at this point, Thumbical has waddled over next to Anthony and is now sniffing his hands.
Oh, really?
No. We should probably get out of here before he decides to use food too.
Hey, that was cool. Can I pet you?
Do you remember the last time he licked and showed affection to Gemma?
Mm.
Yeah, I do. But like, look at him.
I mean, yeah, you can pet him. He's
No.
he's visual to you.
I will pet them.
Mm. He is
Roll for death?
his eyes close and you hear kind of a purr come from him.
Neato.
It's okay. We are going to get this figured out. We'll get everything restored back to normal here.
I'm gonna have to buy spelunking gear.
Mhm.
Yeah, all
yes.
it takes is roasted cheesy garlic potatoes. That's how you tame dragons.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah. How do you tame your dragon? Step 1, potato.
We've now learned how to train your dragon. Thank us. We have saved you money on a movie.
Yes. So do we all agree on calling Margaret?
If we don't, anything we try to do, she's going to try and stop.
likely to try to stop us anyway.
So we might as well get it out of the way.
So she can plant more traps for us.
I mean, hey, she made the contract with us. Technically speaking, doesn't that cut both ways? She shouldn't exactly want to, impede our progress.
We do have to investigate.
Yeah, like if she's really setting it up that badly, look, we're fucked to begin with. Let's go talk to her.
Well, there is the argument that if she's gonna stop us either way, if we don't tell her, we can at least, get a head start.
No,
Um,
that's how you waste more time, like how we did the last ritual.
True, but we have a new friend now who can help with those kind of things. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Mhm.
Ethan, how are you with interdimensional teleportation traps?
Can't exactly say I've had a lot of time to experiment with those, but if you want me to slip into one place and another one, I'm your guy. Yeah,
All right.
I can figure it out. Probably not die. It'll be fine.
We know where the mine is, and did we get a relation of where the cabin was to the mine?
No,
No.
All right.
that's the
So,
problem.
Gemma, if you could figure out exactly where the cabin is, so we could go there as well, I'll step away and confront Margaret.
Comical. Where is that cabin?
Fumical is going to turn back towards you, and I will throw out the opportunity to make a willpower roll if you guys want to.
Nah.
Yeah.
I will.
You will, okay.
Oh, yeah, you need to actually be calling Margaret, that's right.
Well,
So I get a brief glimpse again rather than the full time.
mm-hmm.
Assuming the same number of successes works the same way.
Pretty much. As for everyone else, you can see Thumical at the farmer's market. You seem to be seeing some place in the past because it's not exactly as it looks today. It's much more wooded. The vegetation is much higher, like high grass, very thick, and he plods through it towards the woods. But you can see him look up to the sky, and you can definitely tell that one of those is Polaris, the northern star, and you can see him just move in accordance with it. And if you can recall exactly his steps from the farmer's market, you can see he takes a direct path into the woods, and after traipsing for what seems to be close to an hour, you catch a glimpse of that cabin in the night, almost exactly as it was in the previous memory, as he approaches. However, the sun rises and falls rapidly, very quick, and at one of these instances, you can see Thaumacle back in the woods, but this time, instead of his waddle, his traipse through the woods, you can see it's a rush. He's running very quickly, and only to see that the cabin is in flames, and there's people standing outside cheering, and that's when the vision goes away.
Well, then, that's more evidence. And that's also good news. It's only, an hour away from this spot?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. We could just follow those steps now and just be there.
And we're also going to have to peer through time because nothing's going to survive a fire.
True. Well, maybe some other stuff.
A log cabin on fire?
Like metal at least would survive.
Not imagining a lot of metal being there at that time.
I suppose not, but still, we should go ahead.
My mages, what are you doing?
I was on a phone call.
Yeah, I think the phone call needs to wrap up.
All right.
Oh, is that still active? Like we just been staring at a dragon this whole time, and the whole phone's just been hanging in his hand.
I think he's trying to call Margaret, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well then, yes, young Basset.
We have news. We've
Oh.
figured everything out.
You figured it
believe?
all out. Amazing. Well, I'm glad that we were able to strike such a quick deal then. Well, it's all been resolved then?
No, but we do know where the famine spirits are coming from, as well as these creatures that keep popping up everywhere.
Oh, I don't care too much about the existence of those famine creatures. My issue was with that one spirit.
Yes, but they're agitating the spirit. They're what's causing him to be more active, it seems.
Well then, what information do you have then?
It seems that they're coming from that mine shaft you're so keen to keep us away from.
Oh, and what makes you believe that?
And the dragon told us. Showed us a vision of them coming out of the mine when they first showed up.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had nested in there a bit, but I am unconvinced that that is the source.
Well, have you seen them coming from other places?
I've seen them congregating in places. What makes you believe that they are coming from there? And if we were to, say, clear out the mines of this infestation, what would keep them from continuing to agitate the spirit?
Well, if they stop propagating, I believe he'll be able to take care of the ones that are still here, or we can attempt to take care of them anyway. But they're about to overrun the town, causing this famine and everything. I thought you'd want to, keep that out of the news.
Yes, but their ability to interact with the real world seems to be much more limited than the spirit is. However, if they are the thing that is fueling the chaos that he brings, then clearly we do need to deal with it. However, embarking on an expedition into those mines, I fear will bring about even more chaos than otherwise. You have to respect that the reason that I don't want people in there is that it is a veritable powder keg of activity that is better left alone. So if there's anything you can do other than going into that foul place, I would be much more wise.
Well, it's possible we could find something at the old medicine woman's cabin. That's where all these artifact creatures are coming from. The teacup and the like. The dolls I told you about seeming to have been popped back into existence from there.
Interesting.
We
So, that's...
check that out.
That is an interesting theory. So do you believe then that that witch was herself a mage?
I think the evidence points to that, yes.
Well, I could research that a little further, but I will need more convincing before I allow anyone into those mines. I don't wish to divulge information because I believe that will cause more problems for us down the road. Myself mostly, but I'd believe even for you all, going in there would cause more problems for you, regardless of whatever my intentions are. If, however, this has something to do with a cabin out in the woods, feel free to traipse around there. Just know that I will know if you try to go into the mines.
Well, in disclosure, we'll at least check out the entrance to the mine. Maybe we can see them flowing out of it or something. We could set up a little ward ourselves to at least give us information, even if we don't go into the mine. Perhaps that will give us the evidence you need to be convinced.
Can you roll a... want this to be like a diplomacy check.
I mean, empathy,
against
I
a
think,
hostile
is
target.
Yeah.
diplomacy.
Yeah, so
I
probably
suppose.
like just a charisma empathy at difficulty
Alright.
6.
Charisma, empathy. Action, Hulk no Jutsu. And I'll throw willpower into there. I haven't spent all mine yet.
Okay.
There we go. That would be 4.
All right, Nicholas. That sounds like an understandable plan. We'll take this in steps then. Let's collect a little more information, and we'll see if the mine seems like the next logical place to go. I do wish that there was a way to take care of this spirit without also having to deal with whatever these little pests are, but it does seem, at least based off of what you've said, that they are inextricably linked together. I'll give you a little more information. If you still have that thumb drive, I will be able to add more information onto whatever device you have connected that into, seeing as I do know that it's come online.
Yes, I believe I haven't hit it with a hammer or anything yet.
Mm. It's amusing that you think that would be a good enough answer. Regardless, look forward to seeing some more information. I'll send you some of the plots where cabins have been out there. The bank does have all the information on the separate properties that once used to be part of the park, but now they have been acquired by the city. So I will at least be able to give you that much information.
I'll give her the time frame we know about the time the cabin was burnt down, as well as the general information about where the general region it was in to help her narrow that down.
My, what a sleuth you are. I'm sure you'll make your father proud.
Well, I will give you a call if anything else comes up.
Right. Well, I have other work to attend to, so look forward to that message from me. Otherwise, if you have any more, I would love to hear it.
No,
Click.
no, I don't believe thing. All right, so I'll let them know what she told me. Looks like she's not going to let us into the mine, but she has agreed at least to let us go and investigate somewhat further. I don't believe this is a big problem since we're not equipped to go spelunking in a dangerous, partially collapsed mine at the moment anyway.
Yeah, I feel like this is the best way to go about it.
At least we got a lead.
And before we go, I'm going to go harvest some of those flowers that have popped up everywhere.
All right. Since they're very close to you guys, I'm going to say whatever check you want to make. Just tell me what it is and I'll tell you the difficulty to discern what these flowers are.
I did a roll a ways back, since I didn't know what difficulty you wanted it to be, but I put it as the standard 6 at the time for the identifying them. I don't know if we ever got to that though.
What
Oh,
was
yeah, the
the
research
result?
I had 4 at difficulty 6, but you didn't tell me the difficulty, so you can let me know and I'll tell you if it's more or less.
No, that's fine. If anybody else wants to make a similar roll, you can go ahead.
I could do a cult.
If it's a cult, I would say like difficulty 8.
Okay. Would that be intelligence or perception or what's?
Intelligence.
Okay. Intelligence. Cult. Is it 8? I got a success.
Anyone else?
to discern what these things are. I don't know if Ethan has anything that'll help here.
All right. Gemma?
Not a,
I don't think I have anything. Well, can I
Um,
use spirit stuff in some way to try to figure it out?
yeah. Also, wait, I'm an
Mm.
idiot. I could use academics intelligence probably. Just go like based on
Yeah,
being relatively well read. You might have read about this on a wiki somewhere.
that makes sense to me. Do it as a difficulty 7. Because
Fair enough.
it's general knowledge. It shouldn't be too narrow.
Okay. And sorry, go on ahead. Sorry, Kiana.
I was wondering if I could do some spirit stuff with it since they seem to have a spiritual origin. Or if that doesn't work, could I maybe use life in a way to detect what kind of life it is?
I think that could make sense.
Oh my god.
I think if you do your life vision, you might be able to discern something about the life with it. However, I don't think that would give you a very narrow bit of information. You might understand some more things like, it's like a plant, it grew supernaturally, but I don't think it would help you identify like the species of plant.
I'll give it a...
I think if you were looking for its spiritual significance, that would be more occult or esoterica.
I see. I'll try to go with the life thing. Maybe I find out something kind of interesting. Although I could go esoterica, actually.
Okay. If you were going with esoterica, I would say that's more of an 8 roll. So do your intelligence esoterica at difficulty 8.
Okay.
Also, inexplicably, Ethan managed to get 0 successes by getting 2 successes and 2 ones on a 7-die roll. God damn it.
Congratulations. Hey, at least you guys are doing all of your ones on knowledge checks instead of magic checks.
Yeah.
Not this time, at least.
All right. So, Ethan, you aren't quite able to figure it out. Flowers kind of just aren't your thing.
Yeah.
For Anthony, you can't put your finger on it. Like, the name of it's just like not clicking in your head. You're so close to it. But you can definitely remember this fragrance being somewhat related to food. Like, you think maybe it's been in an ingredient in something. As for Gemma and Nicholas, you know that this is a local variant of lavender.
Ah,
Neato.
Lavender.
and now I can make a roll for the medicinal uses of lavender.
Oh,
like.
shit. Now we're getting into my GM knowledge. Lavender as medicine? Yes, make your roll as I look things up over here.
Time to go to WebMD for signs of lavender poisoning. Wait, what?
How about the NIH?
That'll do.
Difficulty?
20.
20?
You have to roll a
What?
20 on a 10-sided die to get a success here.
Wait a minute.
That's gonna be
Jesus.
rough.
No, for medicinal, just make it a 6.
5.
Da-da-da-da. Okay, what I'm seeing is that lavender is good for anxiety, basically. But, it's limited in its medicinal applications compared to synthetically created drugs. But generally, at least as far as what the US government has found, that it can help with anxiety. Otherwise, it is basically whatever a snake oil merchant wants to make it out to be. It could clear your cancer. It can get stains out of your clothes. It can make your pet
Smells
happy.
good.
Yeah.
Makes tea.
Yeah,
What
it's
about the alchemy stuff for it? I made an esoterica roll. I assume that would be different then.
it can heighten your ability to meditate and to stay focused.
Okay.
I think I need to order some lavender. Hold on.
I'll harvest some of this possibly magical lavender for use. As long as the dragon doesn't, like, object to me doing that.
No.
Why lavender?
Well, unfortunately, I can't say because I didn't get the full vision.
Aw.
But if you remember what was happening in the vision when you ask about the flowers, you might figure it out.
So what's the plan?
I think we're gonna take,
We got permission to
100
go.
dragon steps north or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Well, the sky is clear. Polaris is shining bright. And
Go
you
on a treasure hunt. Find the X that marks the spot.
find the place out in the middle of the woods, following the memory of an old and ancient spirit.
Into the woods.
West by the broccoli.
Well, you all begin to move away from the car, and as you do, Thaumacool lags behind, following you. And as you leave the farmer's market, the plotted out area, and you start to find yourself in that thick vegetation and out in the woods, you get a phone call.
God damn it. All right.
It's Margaret.
What's it say? What? Okay. I'll answer.
Ready.
Hello?
Nicholas, you wouldn't
Yes?
happen to be in the company of the spirit, would you?
I'll look
Oh,
back.
are we
Is
in
it
the company
following
of the
us?
spirit?
Yes, you are in the company of the spirit.
Yes, it seems to be following Gimma around still.
All right. I just noticed that it had left its containment. I was just merely checking to see if it was based on its own activity or if you are doing your investigation.
No, it is part of the investigation. It's not gone rampant or anything yet.
Right then. Well, I'll continue looking into that information. Let
All
me
right.
know if anything goes awry.
10-4. I'll hang up.
Damn it, beat her to it this time.
That's right. So, let's keep going. Gimma, please make sure the dragon doesn't go on a rampage and kill everyone.
I will. Wait, what? What do you think the dragon would do that?
Margaret,
Oh, okay. I'll make sure he doesn't. Yeah, you won't massacre us all, will you, Thaumacool? Will you, Thaumacool? No, not you. Not you.
He's turned into Chewbacca, apparently.
that's the
You know,
Wookiee
he's-
one.
He seems pretty chill, all things considered. I'm not too worried.
Well, as you guys hike through the woods, you begin to notice that the woods themselves don't seem to pair one-to-one with the pathway that Thaumacool took. As a matter of fact, the vision that he had seemed to have been through the spirit world, whereas you all are stuck in reality. And
Of course.
things aren't lining up quite exactly as you would hope. After an hour of walking, you're deep in the woods and no closer to this familiar spot you've now seen a couple times through the eyes of Thaumacool.
Wait, we're not any closer to it after an hour of walking?
Well, not apparently.
Oh, that's different. Damn it, Margaret, setting up more teleportation traps. Oh. Hopefully this cabin actually existed in the real world and isn't just spirit world only or something.
There was a little sign out front that said spirits only. Well, you've been walking for an hour. Continue walking.
Does anyone?
Why
have
or
a-
in?
I assume we're continuing walking unless someone starts to complain about their feet or something.
Yeah,
Let's just keep going.
unless there's something unusual, like you've noticed that
I
it's
mean,
taking too long
how
to
bad
get.
could it be? It's not like there's bears in the forest.
We have a literal
Uh,
dragon with us. I'm sure he can deal with a bear.
The the woods are dark and full of crickets and the sounds of owls hooting, and there's
Yep.
occasionally the skitter of some vermin wandering around, not just of the spirit variety.
Just let me know if at any point everything goes silent and we're under attack or something.
Right?
No.
No, don't worry. There'll be an alertness check before then.
Hopefully.
All right, everyone. I need you.
Hey,
Let me just pull on your heartstrings like that. Well, as you continue
anyone
in
gonna
through the
ask-
woods, the teacup and Thaumacle begin humming towards each other once again, muffled slightly by the spiritual book. However, the sound for all of you begins to get muffled and lose its clarity as the spell that Gemma had cast on each of you begins to fade. In its waning moments, the vision of Thaumacle begins to dissipate, and you're left in the very natural-looking woods of Pleasant Valley.
Oh, we're doomed.
You're
well, shit.
doomed. I can still watch them.
Can you ask if we're going in the right direction or anything?
Sure. Let me ask Thaumacle. Are we going in the right direction?
I'm going to need you to reapply your spirit.
Will do. That's difficulty 4, right?
Well, if you're going to be speaking with him, that's going to require a 5. So do irritate 5
Got it.
for communicating with spirits. And yes, you ask Thaumacle if you're going in the right direction, and he gazes at you and then looks ahead in the direction that you're walking. He plods a few padded paws forward and then raises his nose and then continues moving in that direction.
Yeah, we're going in the right direction.
Alright. Now where they're getting into the woods, I'm gonna start pulling out some chemicals and stuff from my bag and start tinkering. I'm gonna put together a insect repellent magical spell. 'Cause
Okay.
I don't want to get Lyme disease from ticks from the woods.
That makes sense to me. Let's see. That's probably some life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just affecting yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be a life too. So let's do an Irritate 5 Irritate difficulty 5.
Irritate difficulty 5. Irritate. Casting repel insect.
Mm-hmm. As long as this effect is on, you will not run into any Pokemon in the tall grass.
Nice. I'm gonna spend one of my quintessences to drop it down to a 4.
Okay.
Because I know what happens if I fuck this spell up.
Yeah, you attract all the bugs, clearly.
Yeah. I didn't need this in that, but it worked out.
Alright, you are able to make a quick tincture that the bugs that were buzzing around you seem to be repelled, and they'll probably stay off of you for at least a little while.
Yep. I'll have to reapply at another time at some point.
Would you all make a perception alertness check at difficulty 6?
Oh no, it's a bear.
This
I've fought a bear before.
bot bear. The name of this check. You said difficulty what?
6. Only a 6. Merely
God, I
a
think
6.
3.
Oh,
God.
God!
Oh my god.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
That's a lot of ones.
Just really
Well-
focused on the dragon.
Well
Well-
done.
Understandable.
As you all are hiking through the woods in the middle of the night, a tree root is slightly elevated from the ground and catches Gemma's foot, and you fall face first into some wet mud, and it gets caked in your ears, and you can't hear anything, and it's on your. You have glasses, right?
Gemma does not have glasses.
Oh, okay. I think your profile picture had them. No, they don't. Okay. I'm just
Yeah.
imagining things. No, you get mud all over your face. It's in your ears. You just wet squelch right into some mud. And while that happens, everyone else hears a shriek echo through the woods.
Identify monster?
It sounds like a lady's scream. Like
Oh.
ah! Ah! And it
Yeah,
echoes.
that's not suspicious or anything.
What a coinkydink. We happen to be here just in time to hear some maiden in distress. I say that we go look over at the maiden in distress.
It's either a ghost or a siren or some man-eating tree or something.
It's probably one of those big frog things they talk about in on the internet, where on one end's like a pretty lady who goes, ah, or like, I want to have sex with you, and then you go over and they try to eat you because it's a big frog.
Yep, that seems to be
Mhm.
about it.
That's probably
All
next
right.
week or whatever. Yeah, let's go get it.
Yep.
Gemma.
I have it. It's all dirty.
Hey guys, look at this cool mushroom I found.
You know, I seem to remember we got you hiking clothes for this reason.
Oh,
Wait,
you're
did you?
right.
Oh, wow.
You know, we should have brought our hiking clothes, to the farmer's market.
Your heckin' hiking clothes?
My heckin' hiking clothes.
Well, the book sadly has gotten itself wet, but not magically wet, and it's now
Just slightly wet. Moist, you could say.
it's pretty moist with mud as you were holding it in front of you looking at Thaumacool.
Wait, why aren't you freaking out over your book being covered in mud?
Wait,
Yeah,
my
wait a
book's
sec.
covered in mud?
Yes.
I am immediately having a meltdown over this. This is
Ah,
a travesty.
It actually makes it difficult to see Thaumacool. There's something about it being dirty that has made it. It's not like, a dirty windshield or something, but there's like splotches of your vision that are gone. And at the sound of the shriek, Thaumacool, you can see, begins to cry.
No. In my little episode of mental duress, I was able to stop the water from flowing out of the book. Can I
Induce the water to flow out of the book?
thank you. I was looking for that word. I couldn't find it. Yes, can I induce the water to come out?
All right, so you want to pull the spiritual water that had been coming from your book. If you want to do that, that's going to require you to do a Spirit 2. So do your Arete at difficulty 6, because you're under duress right now.
She could just
I
start
am
preaching to
very
people.
upset.
That seems to work.
Mm-hmm. Now, you try to draw upon that spiritual water that was so abundant when you were by the church. But out here, the connection to that water seems very thin. And while you do see the letters conjure up just the slightest bit of moistness to them, leaking water is not the description that you would give to it. It seems to be a little wet. However, it does get a bit murky, like it's not clear water, As a matter of fact, it seems to now be thick, and each letter is now oozing with more mud as it begins to churn out of each page, thick and goopy.
This is making
Oh.
it worse.
Like a Play-Doh being extruded through a little tinsel.
I
You
hate
can
that.
see you can see the letters rise up from the book as the mud thickly just pushes out of the book.
I hate this description. Mm.
Think water.
And okay.
I'm sorry.
Full panic. Gemma will try to scrape the mud off and then like pour some holy water on it.
All right. As the holy water touches it, the mud mixes with the water, and instead of diluting it and making it more runny, it seems to just clean it up. The mud goes from being this thick, opaque substance to thinned out and nearly entirely transparent. And the holy water seems to wash away all of that from the book. And once again, the mud has become water, and your book is leaking water now.
This is an improvement. This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Book's fine. Book's fine. I'm fine. We're all fine.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's fine.
I will preface, Gemma has no idea what the hell's going on outside of this.
Well, after it clears up a little bit, you can see that the book itself is not directly the source of the water. You can see what looks to be little rain droplets on each page as it splashes in the spiritual world on the book. It then has a little rolling moistness come out and then drips down into the real world.
Ah. Interesting. That's good to see. However, I'm just glad that my book's okay now. Yeah, I'm just gonna look up now with the book securely okay, and I'm gonna go. Hey, sorry about that. What's going on?
There's some sort of a screaming lady over that way.
Screaming lady. We should go check that out, right?
Yeah, if it's a trap, we better spring it, you know? It's the last thing they'd expect.
The trap. Hold on, it sounds
just-
like.
Ask the other two. They're more paranoid.
Anthony, Nicholas, what?
Are you surprised that I believe this is to be a trap?
A little.
I mean,
I'm
considering the dangers
just
out
going
here,
to assume that this is another one of those you have no pop cultural references, and so
Listen,
yeah.
I'm just saying. If someone is in need and requires help, it is in our best interest to help them.
I'm not saying we
course.
don't go. I'm just
We're
saying
just
be
assuming
prepared
the
for it to
worst.
be bad.
Okay, let's go then.
Well, you start heading in the direction of the scream, and Thummicle continues walking in his direction, which doesn't seem to line up exactly with the voice that you heard. Once he notices that your paths are divulging, he looks in the direction he was heading and then to you all, and then begins to move alongside you once more.
Okay.
And as you head into the woods even deeper, you hear yet another scream, but this time followed by a more guttural voice, one that has a bit more vibrato to it. It laughs as you hear another ah!
Someone might be being assaulted.
It sure sounds like that. I'm gonna start sprinting towards this.
Maybe being tied to some train tracks.
Perhaps,
Some kind of
yes.
some
We
kind of a
better-
mustache. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You come upon olive oil being tied to the railroad tracks. Suddenly, Popeye appears.
Oh my god.
Well, you're going to be running. That sounds like an opportunity for something to go wrong.
Yeah.
I mean,
How many
yes.
how many other people will be running?
In the dark.
In the
without our
dark?
flashlights.
In the woods? Yeah.
Not
Uh,
me.
Well, I
Ethan
guess
will be
it's
approaching.
time for night vision.
Let's first do a let's do a perception alertness check, a difficulty 6,
Meh.
just to make sure you guys are noticing your surroundings.
Be aware of your
Nope.
surrounding. It doesn't fit.
Yep.
This is why I don't run.
Disrespect your surroundings.
How's a 0 sound?
Oh, it
Say
sounds
alertness,
wonderful.
or did you say awareness?
Alertness.
Alertness.
Wait, it's alertness. Wait, what? Hold on. Whoa.
Alertness is for like real things. Awareness is for more magic-y kind of things.
Okay. Wait, this is alertness, not awareness.
Correct. Alertness.
Really?
I'm missing 2 dice. Oops, I rolled the wrong thing. Crap. Is it okay if I roll 2 of them and just pray?
Yeah, you can just redo the roll. Just
Oh,
do a perception alertness check.
Okay. Apologies.
You're
I spent so much time naming what I was doing that I realized too late that I was doing the wrong one. That's way better, actually. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's much better.
All right, and now I want you all to do a dexterity athletics check at difficulty 7.
Oh, shit.
Dexterity athletics?
Mm-hmm.
Say no more.
Oh, shit. One of my dump stats. Whoops.
Difficulty 6, you said?
7.
Got a 1.
Schmevin. Oh, what? How?
Oh, no.
I am dexterously moving where I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah. And Nicholas. Okay. So, Ethan, you can't see too well, so you find yourself tripping over the foliage in the woods. However, you consistently catch. Oh wait, no, you're able to see fine. Sorry, I was going off your first roll again. You're able to see everything fine, and you're able to navigate over the foliage quite well. It's not at top speed, but you're able to save yourself some strife here. With Anthony, that was a -1 and a 2, so you have a very difficult time navigating. You are constantly tripping over things, finding yourself in little sunken spots, and tripping around a lot. However, you never face plant on the ground at any point. You just have to take it a little bit slower. As for Nicholas, very aware of your surroundings, even in the dark, you can see what you're doing. However,
And I fall.
there are places where there's really thick logs and stuff like that, and instead of dexterously jumping over it with flair and flourish, you just go, I'm gonna walk around this.
Yeah. Nope.
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 Yeah. Oh, look, there's a little creek. I'm just gonna find a place where it's thinner and then jump there instead of leaping. Gemma, however. Oh, Gemma, she is so cocksure of herself. She's flying through the woods and she's leaping and bounding over things. However, she leaps over a log just to see that there's a creek on the other side, and she face plants into the creek and gets herself soaking wet. And your cloak is now muddy and wet. and your shoes squelch with each step.
Oh my god.
And it's not long before your loud entrance to a campsite where you see a man standing over a lady and every now and again tickles her and she screams, "Ah! Stop!"
Oh my god.
Are you serious?
And they both look up at you, and none in a habit with mud covering her, completely soaked to the bone, dripping, holding a book out in front of her, breathing heavy. The man stands up as if to strike you. Ah!
Are you serious?
About this time, Nicholas and Ethan and Anthony come running up behind you.
Oh god.
Oh no.
The four of you see the sight of a little campfire and a lady sitting on a sleeping bag with a man, big and burly, standing over him, about to run forward and deck Gemma in the face.
I'm just going to be amused by what happens if he tries that.
Do I need to martial arts this man?
I just want to see what you guys do
Yeah, I was
first
gonna say.
before.
I've
I'm not
seen what she
stopping
can
that.
do.
Yeah.
You know, Ethan runs up, is about to say something, and just says he remembers the pillow fight incident, and just leans against a tree and goes, "This ought to be good."
All right. Well, I'm going to first need your initiative, which is a D10 plus your wits and dexterity. So that would be whatever the D10 is plus 7 for you.
Yeah, it
There's
should
an
be 7.
initiative button.
Oh,
But
there's
the
an
initiative
initiative.
button doesn't seem to be working quite right.
No,
Uh,
it worked for you. Yeah.
It did? Okay.
You can see you rolled a 4 and then it added your initiative, which is 3 plus 4. So you got an
Okay.
11.
Oh, 1 second.
Okay. And then all right. So the man is running towards you, his fist is cocked. He's desperate, and as much as he's got anger in his eyes, he does seem to have a bit of worry. However, you in this moment have the clarity to make the first move.
So, let me clarify this. This man's running at me. He's got
Mm.
his arm raised.
Yes.
Very bad
I'm-
martial arts form.
Very awful martial arts form. I'm going to... What's the rules on multi-hits, by the way? If I want to do like a combination of hits, that's like kind of martial arts that I'm kind of familiar with. It's never just one strike. It's like
It's-
a lot of things going on.
It's kind of, flavoring the hit. So even
Okay,
though it's
okay.
one hit, we'll say it's a multi-hit thing based off of
Alright.
what you're trying to do.
Gemma will balance herself, get a little bit lower, plant her feet down, and then open palm strike at the wrist to stop the advance of his fist. And then from there, sweep her leg behind him and try to trip him over onto the ground, using like the arm that's on his wrist to further like push him down.
Okay, then make a dexterity martial arts at difficulty 6.
I would love to roll this. Three successes.
Oh no, 36 successes.
Oh god.
What the hell?
Okay. Oh, that said GM rolling. Oh well.
It does say GM rolling.
It
does.
does say that, yes.
Oh, it doesn't say 2 GM rolling though. Oh well.
Okay.
Anyway, basically he got 1, 2, 3, 4 successes, and you got 3. So
Well, that's -1 because of the one he got.
right. So
Yeah.
it goes even, and you place your hand on his fist, and when he runs forward, you kind of stop his momentum. You go to do the sweep, and you accidentally get your foot stuck on one of the logs that were around the campfire, and you miss your sweep by a little bit. You aren't able to throw him off, but you also sort of stop his advance. And then it would be basically his turn. I'm going to quickly make a little... All right. He looks at you, and you can tell that he's breathing heavy, and he goes, "Who are you? Who are you people?"
I am Gemma Linguini, and I came here because I heard screaming. What the hell is wrong with you people?
I'm sorry. That's just.
I'm sorry, if somebody just ran out of the woods and announced that their name was Gemma Linguini, I'd shit myself on the spot.
My name is Gemma Linguini, and I'm here because I heard screaming.
I don't know if that's like a superhero entrance.
No, it's worse. It's a horror nun from like a horror movie coming out of the woods to kill me.
Oh.
Look, it's dark. I don't know if you're drenched in blood or water.
Jeez.
All I know is your outfit's wet and you're screaming at me.
Could you make a charisma empathy check at difficulty 8?
I will try. Charisma, empathy. Why did I make my appearance higher than my charisma? Why did I do this?
Because it's good when you're standing in front of a congregation.
Yeah, that's fair. Difficulty 6? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right. The man seems a little confused, but at the same time somewhat disarmed. He stands back, he recoils, and he stands in front of the lady that is sitting on a sleeping bag behind him, and sort of puts his hand out in front of her as if to block her from you all. "What do you want? What are you doing here?"
we were enjoying our jog through the woods when we heard screaming, and we thought someone was being attacked.
You all were jogging through the woods.
You were screaming in the woods, so.
Yeah, is it much weirder?
We're just having fun by the campfire. And the lady looks, "Yeah, we didn't know we were upsetting anyone." "Well, don't put it like that, honey. What we're doing's fine. You all are weird. Who walks around the woods in the middle of the night dressed like that?"
I'm a nun!
Falling into the mud is unexpected?
Well, why is a nun out in the middle of the woods?
I'm allowed to be where I want. I'm not relegated to stay at a church all the time.
Yeah, look, she's allowed to be a nun wherever she wants. It's a free country.
I didn't say it's not allowed, it's just weird.
No, that's totally normal. It's a habit of hers. Bottom.
I'm just gonna walk away.
He kills himself on the spot. Well, look, could you move along? I didn't know we were disturbing anyone, but can we have some privacy again?
Yeah, okay. Listen, we only showed up because we thought like someone was like in trouble because we heard screaming and everything. It's
Honey,
fine. We're just trying to
are
make
you
this
all
better.
right? Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, but we're just having a little fun.
Okay, we're good. I'm
All right,
I'm done.
you just keep having fun. If something actually goes wrong, go like yell some coherent noises out so people know that you're actually in trouble.
Right. Yeah.
Perception empathy
Oh.
on her.
Okay.
If she's actually, or if she's lying about it and we're about to leave and terrible things will happen.
Yeah, roll
Yeah.
roll a perception empathy at difficulty 6. You can tell that she's not like roughed up in any way, and she, other than being surprised by a bunch of people showing up at their campsite here, she seems to be okay.
I'm fine to leave.
Off we go.
And you begin heading back in the direction you were before.
Of course.
And Thaumacool is still standing by. The walk
Standing
is
by.
much less hurried than it was before, and perhaps a bit more awkward, maybe.
Nah. I'm just relieved it wasn't some sort of evil frog.
Well, once you have traveled a bit further, I would say by now it's been an additional hour since you originally set out. It is now very deep in the night, getting close to midnight. And Thaumacool hesitates before moving any further. And you can see that there is a clearing in the woods up ahead. Despite it being nighttime and very low visibility, you can see that there's a plot of land up ahead that has been devoid of trees. And he just stares at it.
Is that it, boy?
He looks up at you, and you can see that he's still got a strong wetness to his eyes.
All right. I do believe this is it then.
He then looks at you all and turns and begins to trudge back into the woods away from the spot. And before long, the cover of night completely envelops him, and you can no longer see him. He's gone.
I see.
Is there anything you guys do before you approach?
I will turn on
Smell-o-vision.
I was going to say entropy sight, but probably prime time would also be good.
I'll maintain my spirit sight.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can do that.
So who has what visions on?
I can pop time vision on. Seems to
All
be potentially relevant.
Ethan's
I'll
gonna
go
go
for
time.
crime.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
go with entropy.
All right, then each of you make your appropriate Arete difficulty 4 rolls.
Oh god. I see anti-magic.
Shit. Oh, Ethan's got it too. All right. It's a healthy one. Ooh.
So let's see, that's what?
That's 3
1
dots.
point for being my 1 point thing of paradox, and then like +2 or something?
It's going to be, since it is a non-vulgar and no witnesses, it's only a point of paradox per each sphere used.
Alright, so 1 point of paradox.
Correct. So you'll get 1 point of paradox. You go to attune yourself to the primal magics of this world, and perhaps...
Some of Gimma's mud gets flung onto my glasses in the middle of it, maybe.
Well, maybe you're just not on your A game. You have been having to physically exert yourself for a bit here, and then just had a weird interaction. Maybe that's on your mind. Something is clouding your willpower from fully showing itself here. And so much so that it rebounds onto you, and
My eyes.
your pattern takes a flaw for it. But nothing immediately painful. Nothing that causes a paradoxical backlash.
No explosions yet.
Yet. However, we just put one stick of dynamite on the pile. That's basically what getting that is. One day
Ethan
it'll
with his-
blow, but that day is not today. Yet.
Ethan with his veritable metaphorical vest of dynamite just kind of eyes this worried.
However, for the rest of you, you got a decent amount of time on your respective visions. So we have Anthony with his entropy/probability sight. We have Ethan with his time sight, and Gemma with her spirit sight. Let's first start with the time sight. Ethan, you can tell that this place is not been traveled very much over the past several decades. It's a land that has been, or at least a particular chunk of land that not a lot of people have walked along. As your eyes see through the veil, the lie that time is a stretched out thing that you can only experience once before it's gone. You can see through that clever disguise reality as placed upon humans and see back through time to when this was a cottage, where you can see that there was someone tending to the area around it. You can see even a small garden next to it. Somebody has taken a lot of care to make sure this place was well taken care of, but overlaid on top of that, and much like a Photoshop project, you can peel away the layers and see that in a different section of this string of time that the cottage was suddenly ripped from reality, burnt to ashes, where the only thing remaining are the nails that were holding it together, and maybe a doorknob or two.
Man, this place has seen some better days.
For Anthony, your probability sight lets you know that the answers for some of the great mysteries that you have on your mind right now are leading you directly towards where this cabin is sitting, as if you can see the pathway illuminate from where you are straight to the center of where this open field is. It draws you there towards the answer you're looking for.
I'll start moving in that direction then.
And Gemma, your book, though wet and slightly dirty, is still able to provide you with the scope into the world of the spirit. And in there you can see that still erect and tall is this cabin out in the woods. In even the middle of the night, it has a certain glow to it, a certain touch of that sort of sacred aura about it. And you can see that there's actually little creatures that are in abundance around it. They seem to be taking turns and tending to the garden, and you see some of them skittering in through the front door and some of them through the open window that sits above the garden. And inside is a little community of small creatures similar to that of Teacup, these little woodland sprites that are just hanging out around this cabin. And that's what you can see from the outside.
This place is very active spiritually. There's a lot of spirits here.
You all walk forward towards the cabin. Nicholas, the only one who is limited to only the sight of reality. However, in your exclusion from other types of vision, you are able to spot that the area in the middle of this cleared out section of the woods seems to be devoid of any form of life. The grass has all withered away. It's nothing but a dirt lot in the center here. As you grow closer to the center, you can see that it's almost like a a cursed area, a place where even in the middle of the woods that's overflowing with tall grass and vines and wildflowers, that this spot in particular just seems to be absolutely void of life. For the rest of you, though, Ethan, you are able to see points of time when this cabin existed, and it allows you to trace basically the outline of where this cabin would be in reality. And as you do, you can find where the front door is, and as one would expect, there is a doorknob just sitting there in the ground, half buried by time and dirt. It's not maybe a knob isn't the right word for it, like the knockers that you would see, little metal ring that would be affixed to a door that you would knock against it.
Knockers.
Yeah,
so
big old knockers.
Certainly is a knocker right there. Well, the place is a little fucked up, just saying.
Gemma, as you get closer to the door, the spirits that seem to be tending to the cabin on the other side of the gauntlet take notice of you. And at first, they just all seem to stare at you. There's about 5 outside the cabin now, but as you grow closer, they perk up and you can hear as they make those little humming sounds. Teacup inside of your coat then perks out its little head and joins in the chorus of hums. And they all begin to gather around you. They pour out of the cabin, and you can see them climb up on you. Their little wood root bodies with their pouty faces coming towards you.
Oh my. Oh wow. There is a lot of you. Ooh. Hi. Hello. Ooh. There is like a whole village of you guys here. What's up? What are you guys up to?
For the rest of you, you are surprised to see that various pieces of things begin to crawl out of the ground. A picture frame, a teaspoon, a trowel, different little pieces of tools and fixtures that you would find inside of a house begin to shake out of the ground like the zombies in that Thriller music video and begin to pop up and waddle towards Gemma, defying all sense and logic.
What? Ethan rubs his eyes a little bit, just like looks down and goes, all right, cool, that's not the time vision, I'm just going crazy. You all seeing this?
No, I'm not seeing a bunch of random objects pull themselves out of the dirt and assault us.
Oh, great, yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, wait, what?
They're not assaulting. They're like Teacup. Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen Beauty and the Beast, I see where this shit goes.
Oh.
Watch out for the gray stuff.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Add it to the list.
I don't know about you guys, but what I could see and I could sense is that this is a location for many answers.
Well, we better get started with digging then, so to speak.
I'm gonna pull my phone out. Do we have any signal here?
Yeah, you've got reception. It's fucking 2022, so, you know.
Well, I'm gonna note this down on the GPS so we can make our way here again without needing to consult the dragon.
Yeah. As long as nobody torches the 5G towers and ruins everything, you'll be fine.
I mean, I'll at least have a dot on a map somewhere.
Yeah, don't worry. The one guy who would totally do that has been kidnapped. We're safe.
It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good.
So,
I am a bit worried that absolutely everything here is dead.
Oh, what do you mean everything's dead? It seems pretty alive to me.
There's no grass. There's no plants of any kind. Doesn't seem to be any insects around here either.
What? The garden?
I guess maybe we're seeing two different things.
There's a spiritual garden here.
Yeah. Right,
Well,
Yodi?
yeah. What you are
Okay.
describing what you're seeing properly.
Okay.
As is he.
In the non-whoosh world, everything is dead. Very, very dead.
Huh. I wonder why that is. I mean, other than fire. But usually life should spring back up after fire.
Especially after, 100 years
Mm.
in the middle of the woods.
Yeah. Wonder what could stop that. I mean, it's not. I doubt it's a spiritual thing. I mean, it's so
There's not
lively
any
here.
death spirits or famine spirits or anything of those sticking around.
Are there any spirits that stick out from the others?
No, the only ones that you see here are those little woodland sprites.
Nope. Only sprites like Teacup.
Well, I'll
And-
have to do some tests then. I guess I will attempt to, I'm gonna dig up some dirt. I'm gonna take some samples around here and work up to a life site searching for why things are, if there's like a source of death, why things are dead here, stuff like that.
Okay.
I'll spend some time on it since it's a bigger area. I want to make sure I get a little bit from all over.
All right. In that case, then, in order to get the answer that you're looking for, it's going to take roughly 6 successes.
Okay.
So, with your first set of rolls, we're going to say that's going to take you about 10 minutes. Go around, collect some samples, put them in your little doodads, and piece this together. So, for your first discovery, go ahead and roll your life. That only really requires 2 spheres, I would say. It's mostly just life sight, but you also are trying to dig into kind of the specifics of it. So let's go with Arete, difficulty 5, and we're going to say you get your answer at 6 successes.
Alrighty then. This is going to go horribly, I'm sure. Bam.
No? Well, in your first dig, you are able to collect some really good samples. Nothing seems too contaminated, and all of your equipment seems to have maintained itself through your traipse in the wood in the middle of the night. It is a little difficult to see anything conclusive at this point, though, so you may need to do a little more research.
Alright. I'll do one more, and I'll throw willpower into this one. So that's 2.
2. So you're very close. You could figure out that maybe something swooshy is going on in this area, but you haven't exactly pinned it down.
I didn't do 5 for that. It didn't matter. That was a difficulty 6. I didn't change that one. But I still got a 7 and a 10, so that one didn't matter.
Okay.
Alright, and there we go.
Alright. And so, with that, you're able to see that the life in this area is being heavily suppressed. There's some kind of life enchantment, so to say. One might call it more of a curse than an enchantment, but for the purposes of how you're feeling this out, there is a force in the life sphere that has been placed on this area that completely culls it of life. Anything that tries to stay in this place for too long will find itself losing nutrition to slowly wither away. And once you become aware of this, you can even notice it in yourselves as long as you're here. You're a bit more fatigued than you would expect from your run in the woods, though it's not exactly a thing you do often. You are aware enough of your own body and your biochemistry, especially since becoming a mage, to know that something is off here.
And is it being drained away to a place specifically, or just in general?
It is unweaving the pattern of life. It is
Okay, so it's not like
reducing it to prime, essentially.
it's not like draining life and storing it somewhere else or using it to do something else. It's specifically just getting rid of it.
If it were draining to somewhere, you're not able to see that. What you
That's
can
fair.
see is the effect of life being unwoven.
And do I see a source for this anywhere?
It's like from your perspective, it would be like a dome mesh, like the top of a sphere. Where the ground is right at that halfway point for the semicircle, and it's a dome that extends over this little plot of land about 15 feet into the air, and it makes a ellipsoid sort of curve down, and it covers out the entire plot, which is about, I would say, 50 feet in all directions.
So
Yeah.
if I were to go and do some geometry to find where the center of this would be if it were a sphere.
Yeah. It would
Could
be
I-
directly in the middle of this little plot of open field in the woods.
Well, not to alarm anyone, but this place is literally killing everything that is inside of it, including us.
Oh,
uh,
I was wondering what that thing was. Yeah, no. So what do you say? We just magically burn this whole place to the ground? Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm cool with that. We unmake this place like right now. Do you got a box of matches and a prayer?
hold on, Nicholas. So there's something draining life here.
Making life is more accurate, yes.
Think if two mages associated with life were able to maybe counteract it somehow?
It's possible we could. I would like to. Does somebody have? No, no one would happen to have brought randomly a shovel with them.
Actually,
No.
hold on. I'm gonna real quick pick up one of the tree sprites who was mentioned
Mm-hmm.
to be bound to a trowel,
Yep.
and I'll be like, does this count as a shovel for you?
When you pick it up, the little woodland sprite attached to it is waving its arms and its legs and going.
I'm gonna point to the center. How deep would it be then? It'd be what, 7 feet down, 6 feet down?
Well, it's 15
If
up,
it-
and if it was symmetrical, it'd be another 15 beneath.
Would be the bottom.
Yeah, that'd be the very bottom of it if it was precisely symmetrical.
Well, this is the center of the area. I'd like to see if there's anything buried here first. I don't know if this has a focal point or it's. I can't see a source necessarily. It seems to be a sphere of area around here. I don't know if perhaps there's a cursed object that we need to dispel or something, or if we should just leave and start working our own formation around this. Though I do wonder who put this up and for what reason.
I mean,
The rest of you might want to stand 50 feet over that way.
I'm still heading towards the center.
Oh god.
oh my. What do you do at the center?
I want to keep going through the remains.
Okay.
If
Oh,
you say so, I mean.
something definitely exists in this area that is the answer for what you're looking for. That much you can tell. However, the exact spot, once you get in here, that trail sort of becomes a mist and it spreads out over the area. Not too wide. Like, once you get to the center of where it is, that mist is in about a 5-foot radius of you. A little cloudy spot there of probability.
Investigation.
Investigation trowel. Someone has matter, don't they? Or forces?
Not me.
One person does have
Gemma?
forces.
Yeah.
Gemma, is your
I
cat
do
okay?
have forces. Huh? Yeah, my cat's fine. Sorry. Uh, so sorry. uh, yeah, I have forces. I can use forces. I have the force.
That might help in moving this dirt without, tools.
Wait, can I just hold on? Wait. Can I pull out my rosary and I wrap it around my my right arm, right arm. And Eoti,
Mm-hmm.
can I basically
This is where
dumb.
everyone else walks away before they get exploded.
You know,
Can
Ethan's
I-
just gonna back away slowly.
Can I basically shotgun punch a hole in the ground?
What?
I mean,
Can
you
we
don't know
not
what we're
destroy
looking
the
for.
evidence?
So you're going to wrap the rosary around your arm and then punch the ground to explode a hole out of it?
Basically, yes.
I mean, yeah, that's something you can do.
Well, okay.
So...
Do you
The-
guys want me to do that?
No.
Ethan is curious to see what you do.
I would rather you not randomly destroy our evidence.
I'd rather you be more like an earthbender.
Yeah.
Earth bender. Can I bend earth? Is that something I can do?
Well,
I would have thought that would fall under like matter.
yeah, I'm feeling like if it's forces, it's going to be kind of less precise than that. If you could like mix forces and matter together, you could probably do an earthbending kind of effect. But matter alone, you could like change it from dirt into air and get rid of it that way. With forces, you could do what you're saying and like basically stomp the ground and like explode dirt up into the air or something like that, or push it out of the way. But you would need some combination to like earthbend.
Can we have her scoop the earth up as opposed to explode the earth up?
Correspondence would be more for moving people. No, wait, no, I could be more creative, couldn't I?
Yeah, with correspondence, you can basically perceive things in different places, kind of do like a sonar thing around you.
Can he find if anything's buried there?
Well,
probably do
basically, you would also like, if he did that, he would also notice everything around him. So every little pebble in the ground, every rock and all the dirt, every worm in there. If you wanted to specify something, then you would have to add in other spheres. So if you wanted
If there's
to get
a
like
worm in there, we have problems.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that correspondence lets you be aware of things around you, and then as you go up in the spheres, you can do things like teleport and move stuff around. So if you wanted to move the matter, you would need to have correspondence and matter the correspondence alone basically lets you move yourself other places, but then you're going to have to introduce other spheres to affect other things. So if you wanted to
Right.
teleport someone else, you would need to get life in there. If you wanted to like telepathically communicate over a really long distance, you could use correspondence and mind. Something like that.
Right. Problem is I have correspondence in time, which I thought were going to be super cool, but it turns out don't actually mix that well unless you're
mean-
doing time travel shit.
I feel like they're still super cool.
They're pretty
Mhm.
neat.
You've done some
Like
cool
on
stuff.
their own.
Just for time
yes.
traveling, it's cool.
Yeah. Probably should have gone more into matter.
Hold on.
Correspondence matter sounds dope. Anyway, yes.
There's still
Question.
chance.
Mhm.
Could correspondence is the moving of things.
It's
We-
the placement of things.
Well, question then. What if we kind of did a spell fusion kind of thing and we did, if I applied forces and he applied correspondence, what could we do with that?
Ooh.
Could we do stuff with that?
Well, kind of.
Would it let her be more precise at least?
Ooh,
With our powers combined.
With our
You'd be able
power?
to apply the force to a different area than where you normally would.
Yeah,
so she
perfect.
could say push upwards from below as opposed to exploding down from above.
Exactly.
But it
and that would be
doesn't-
less likely to destroy anything.
I could see that being a thing. I would not
I-
say it's going to be. It's probably going to be messy, but that could be a thing you can do.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It is still a lot of force, and we don't know what we're looking for. Like, if it is an old journal that's just been sitting there.
Well, then what we could do is apply a gradually increasing amount of force over time with a ritual. She just pushes up slowly until things, lift as opposed to exploding all at once.
Actually, it is noted. So here's the thing.
Can
From
how
my-
about how about this? Can I get at least someone here to try to do a wits science roll at difficulty 6 for me? If
Yes.
anyone thinks that.
I mean,
Okay.
I
can give
do
that a
not
shot.
have science.
I
don't have science,
happen
but I
to
can roll
have
it.
science. Go
Sure.
figure.
I would hope that a doctor has science.
I mean, it's not actually required, funnily enough.
You just need the medicine.
That's
Ethan could also give it a shot if
Slightly
we're trying to put a
How,
hard
how many
spin.
exclamation marks should I put after science? I'm gonna go with a solid 5.
Okay.
Ethan somehow what? How?
What was the difficulty?
what?
Just a 6.
6. Yeah. Ethan actually got 2 on that. I'm surprised.
All right. Both
well,
of
there
you
you go.
would probably know that if you ever wanted to make something like, you ever watch the Mythbusters episode where they make the quicksand, where you have air underneath the sand, and once you start pumping the air through, the density of things would allow it to rise to the surface?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, you could use forces over a large enough area to basically constantly vibrate the dirt. So if there's anything loose inside of it, it will have more or less density than the moving ground beneath it and rise to the surface.
I mean,
think that
sounds
could be
cool to
done.
me.
Hmm.
We'll have Crusader pinpoint the area. We'll have Kiana
I'll be
do
the
the
best
forces
vibrator.
magic. ID 10 or Ethan will be able to use his correspondence to make sure we have the objects, and I'm the smarts.
All right. At this point, though, before we go any further, I need all of you to take 1 lethal damage.
Oh, this place fucking sucks to be in, right?
Oh, lethal. Okay.
Not aggravated, but lethal.
Where do I
Ow.
put that on my sheet again?
You tap
It starts
twice
at
under
boost.
health.
Yeah.
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 Oh,
Twice
it's an
under.
X.
Yeah, it should be an X, and it'll be on your bruised spot.
And we need to get out of here as soon as we dig up whatever we're trying to find.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, how about while you guys are doing that, can I work some life magic to do a small scale counteraction to it for us?
Yes. So if you know the difficulty, like the number of spheres required to weave together this enchantment, you could just do the opposite and use the same number of spheres to unweave it.
No, I can't then. There's no way this is a 3-sphere spell.
Mm.
I mean, you never know. It might be.
Nah. A large area, long-term life drain spell? This has got to be a 4-dot spell.
Mm.
Unless EOD tells me differently.
Let me double check real fast, but I think you are absolutely right
Okay.
in that it would be more than a 3, but I will double check just to make sure.
I mean, I could do this effect as a 3-dot, but I don't think I could do it over such a large area for 100 years.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but
Unless
the amount of time something lasts for is usually based off of the successes, not the number of spheres. So it just would be unweaving it would take a reasonable number of successes, and you would probably have to just keep on doing it over and over again to unweave it more and more and more. But let's see. With a 3, no, we're going to power or substantial.
How many successes did they get? Jeez.
A lot. But I'm also guessing that there might be some other spheres mixed in, like correspondence and time.
Maybe. Mm-hmm. Time and place. So, Ethan, can you actually time travel?
Yes, that would be, in order to do this effect, it would be outside of your reach as a 3-sphere in life. So unweaving it would at least take someone getting a little bit higher up there in the...
Well, then I'm going to start preparing for when we leave and I can heal people of this.
Okay.
Then. So I'm going to spend the time they're making a ritual to mix together some it's probably a mix between it's draining nutrition out of us, so I'll want to make some sort of nutritional thing with some food as well as general boost. I'm going to be talking to myself as I figure this out, medicine and all that.
Mm-hmm.
What were we actually using the correspondence for?
To locate the objects in the area specifically, to make sure we didn't miss them as they come up. You had the general area, but ID10 can, fix that as a location as opposed to a vague probability.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, otherwise we could use correspondence to not be standing here while we did this.
That's actually an extremely good point.
Wait a minute, can we just... Yeah, wait, I have correspondence 3. I can just reach across the space and go yoink. If we don't need to be here, we don't need to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And do that at a distance.
We could be standing outside of it and do this ritual.
Yes.
Question: in order to do this, though, is if I'm applying the force, and Ethan is basically like an amp, would I have to channel my forces through him, or does it just kind of I don't know.
He can basically... He isn't constrained by location. So if something exists in one spot, he can make it exist in another spot. So you don't need to do it through him. What he needs to do is recognize where your force is being applied and apply it somewhere else.
I don't need to shake him around. Got it.
Right.
Yes.
Unless you want to do that, and that might channel the magic better.
You know what? That's a good point. I'm gonna wait. Are we doing this now?
So sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm reading the rules to double check this. Could use co-locality perceptions effect to make sure that we're looking at the right spot, and then start acting through me with forces, life, or matter, or what have you, to mess with things from a distance.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
in that case,
aim and fire, basically.
I'll place my hands on Ethan's back, and then
We-
channel into him as much vibration as I can muster up.
Oh boy.
Just go. "Brrr."
All right.
So you're
Forces-
turning yourself into a human vibrator.
Yeah.
Or you're
And
turning Ethan into a human vibrator.
That's a
Yes.
phrase.
so, important question here. Are you using your own body as the source of this vibration, or are you channeling Prime into this vibration and generating it from nothing?
I mean, I could do either. Which would actually be stronger? That's a good question.
Well, I mean, putting them together would be the strongest.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
So,
I got a dot in time. I can do that.
what you could do first is to do your strength and probably martial arts. I'm assuming you're going to do this in a very precise way when you are inflicting this force upon Ethan.
Yeah,
And
I'll
then-
do strength martial arts.
And then as part of that, you'll roll that first, and then that will be
Okay.
used as the initial force, and then you will roll your forces at Arete, or your Arete at difficulty 6.
For the martial arts, is it going to be 6 as well, or is it going to be something else?
Yeah, that would be 6 as well.
Okay.
You guys are not under
Oh!
duress or anything.
My
Oh my-
God.
What
So-
the fuck?
You take a moment,
Nice roll.
you
Uh,
find your center, you align your chi.
I find his pressure points.
you
This whole fucking cabin's gonna have a day.
your feet dig into the ground and you push forward with I don't know, what tell us about the way you hit him.
If we're trying to get as much concussive force out as possible, I'd
Mhm.
say that I basically do a dual open palm strike on the back. Just
Okay.
focusing on the impact of the bottom of the palm specifically. Top of palm not really good for palm strikes. It's like that bottom part of it, because like the whole point of it is that like basically you're putting the entire mass of the arm behind the strike.
Mm-hmm.
Gets a lot of force out. But yeah, basically doing that. Just
Okay, so you're already hitting pretty hard. We're now going to amplify that even further by having you roll your Arete at difficulty 6.
yes.
All right. So it will be amplified a little bit further. Ethan, you are being struck by a very powerful martial art palm strike that you need to transfer into the ground to try to shake it free of anything that might be inside of it.
Okay. First things first, I'm burning a willpower.
Uh-huh.
I'm guaranteeing at least one on this,
Understandable.
please. I do not want to explode. I've already got one lethal from the effects of this fucking place. I do not need Gemma liquefying me. Okay. And now we're rolling Arete for this, correct? To transfer it over?
Yes, you're going to do your correspondence. It is just transferring a force. It's not yourself, so I do think that requires that third one. Because it's not you, it's an outside force. But
This
it's
is
being...
why I got correspondence 3.
Yeah. So let's go with your Arete at difficulty 6 and explain to us how you do this little magical effect.
Hold on a moment. I'm going to first roll it to see how I can narrate this. Alrighty, 3 total. So Ethan sees this strike coming, because we've actually set it up this time instead of it being a pseudo surprise with the pillow. And this time recognizes Gemma's form with the attack, and recognizes just about where I would argue he's essentially cupping his hands to catch the blow, and is trying to will it over to that spot over there, You can't see me pointing my fingers, but I totally am.
Mm-hmm.
So he's seeing it as a redirection of a vector. He's seeing a line coming towards him, and what he wants is for that line to be over there instead. And for that line exploding out into sort of in his mind's eye, you think of it as sort of like a bunch of sketched lines exploding him. Instead, he wants that mess of scribbles to go over that away.
Mm-hmm. Over the area.
Yes.
Okay. So that was don't die, also transfer magic roll. Success.
Yes.
So
3 successes total. With
as
the power.
Gimma's palm strike hits you, all of that kinetic force, Kiana, you feel like you landed a solid hit. But for Ethan, you feel nothing. The kinetic force just immediately goes from being just outside the sensation of your epidermis to being extruded or whatever all over the ground around you guys, in the dead zone, as I'll call it now, and you can see boom, and the dirt kind of pops, and it makes it kicks up a big dust cloud, and all of the spirits that were gathered around immediately start their harmonious hums turned into screeches as some of them panic and run out of the area. However, the dust settles after a little bit of rumbling, and you can see that there's some things that have been left on the topsoil.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that actually worked.
Well, wait a minute. You were expecting it to just kind of like give me right then and there?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I thought I'd have to like hit you a few more times at least.
Well, more than once?
I mean,
I don't know.
there
That's
was
what I was
always the
thinking.
chance that you didn't redirect it properly.
Hey, what? What? You don't believe that I can do what I do? You see what I can do?
It's not
I'm
that I
reliable.
don't believe you. It's that we all know that there are times where we don't get to do what we know that we can do.
Yeah, having some problems,
Mm-hmm.
And if you had failed that and she hit you,
Yeah, no, I'd probably be in the hospital right now. But yeah, no. Anyway, we whooshed. That's the word, right?
Yeah, we flourished. And besides, don't worry, Ethan. You're in good hands.
I was gonna say if you're about to say you're with God now, I'm probably gonna die on the spot.
You are already dead.
Oh man, Shindaru. Excuse me, what?
Nani?
Actually, could you technically do that if you fused forces with time?
Oh hell yeah, you could.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no, you can definitely delay a force.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And
Technically-
honestly, doing the whole like pokes and stuff would make it less vulgar for some people too.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Technically speaking,
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
you could do correspondence forces in time and shoot somebody yesterday.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
There's some issues with causal links and stuff, and the grandfather effect, but we hash those out with paradox and whatnot.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because if you didn't tell me that you were going to be doing that tomorrow and it happened yesterday and there weren't the effects on it, then we have to start talking about split timeline theory and things like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Or that guy was always exploded into Jibs yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nobody remembers that? Yeah, don't worry about it.
What's that object?
See, why go back in time when you can do it ahead of time?
Yeah, do the Batman thing.
You just kill them in the future.
The procrastination effect.
Of course.
Yes, but I do think that we need to check out what objects our Fushing has uncovered.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
All
And
right.
go back into the bad zone.
Or
Huh.
we could just move it over here some other way.
I mean,
I will
I'd like
say, It took you guys standing in the dead zone about a minute to accrue that lethal damage.
I think we can go in there just fine and retrieve it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right. You guys walk onto the plot of dirt. The dust has settled, and you can see that there's the remains of the chimney that used to be there. All of the piles of rock that had been buried under the dirt seem to have rose to the surface into a unorganized pile. You can see that there's nails and some pretty big metal chunks that have been left around. You see a ceramic teapot and a saucer. They are not in one piece. They are a bit shattered and, they're shattered. There's chunks of glass, and also there's a dexterity athletics check at difficulty 8 for all of you that are standing there.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Who
wonderful.
all actually went there? That's the question.
No,
I was going to say
it
Ethan
sounded
doesn't
like
have
all.
to be there. You
It
could
sounded.
use correspondence to grab stuff from a range.
Yeah, I
I mean,
know. But
I
it-
suggested that, and then you all walked into it, so it's
Yeah,
all
I
your
did-
fault.
I didn't
say what I
walk
Did
up
we
to it.
though?
yeah,
Oh,
I at
I
least
did.
know that Anthony and Gemma said that they were walking up there. So
Oh wait, did I actually
It-
say that?
yeah,
Yeah.
you did.
No.
Yeah, you
Okay.
I,
Whatever.
however, if you remember, said I was preparing medicine to
Yep.
heal us from the effect, so I'm not walked into it yet.
I'm.
So dexterity athletics, you said?
Yep, at difficulty 8.
You know, as
My
you walk
dexterity is
into
working
the
overtime.
obvious sand trap you just made yourselves.
Ooh. So, Anthony, you feel like the ground beneath you shift a little bit, and it makes you hesitant to stand there, and you take a step back, and just as you do, the ground beneath you collapses under your feet, and you're standing at the edge of a deep hole. Gemma, you find yourself at the bottom of said deep hole. Give yourself a bruise damage for falling.
Okay.
Which pushes the lethal up, I believe, right?
No, the other way. All of the bashing goes lower than. Oh, you've given yourself an aggravated here, like this. If I'm looking at yours,
Oh, like that.
Yeah,
okay.
there you go. so you've got a lethal in your bruise spot and a bashing in your hurt spot.
Got it. Okay.
So the ground beneath you opens up, and the dirt you were standing on, you realize now, was barely covering a cellar of sorts that must have been beneath where this cabin once stood. And you find yourself deep down, possibly 10 feet. Although some of the dirt has obviously followed you, but you can see what remains of some of the molded out and absolutely withered structure that must have been doing its best to hold this basement up despite all of its time and the weight that was there and the years of rains and whatnot. And you now find yourself 10 feet down.
Interesting. How dark is it down here?
Well, it is still in the middle of the night, out in the middle of the woods, 10 feet in a ditch. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty
Yeah.
dark.
Mary?
Dumb question. I'll flourish my rosary real quick,
Mm-hmm.
and using prime and is it forces to create light?
Yeah.
I'll just whisper to myself, "Let there be light."
Okay. Where is
Playing
this light
God
going to
now,
be?
are you?
Huh?
What is going to light up? Where is this light going to generate?
Oh, good. I was kind of thinking of basically like holding the rosary up to me as I say this, and a ball of the light, like the golden light that I see a lot, will manifest in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am going to tell you right now that is quite the vulgar effect. So
I mean, to be fair, there's no one to witness this.
there's
so I
no
thought it'd
witness.
be okay.
It's a vulgar effect, but it's not a witness vulgar effect. That's true. However,
Okay.
that does mean it's going to be a forces at or an arete at difficulty 6.
Okay. Ah.
Mm.
Wait, that doesn't seem right. That's only. Hold on.
You add 3 onto the effect, so you are generating light out of nothing, so that you are using prime and forces 3.
I'm confused. That didn't roll right.
Oh, the roll.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
that
only rolled 2.
yeah,
What?
that doesn't look like that rolled right.
Did you undot a Arete or something?
No.
Oh no, she's injured. She gets -1
Oh
to
yeah,
rolls.
yeah.
Oh,
You're hurt,
Ooh,
so
what?
you get -1 to your rolls because you're hurt.
Oh. Oh,
Is smart
that's
enough to
what
know
that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was the case on how that works.
Yeah.
Huh.
so you try to, but the pain in your ankle, it distracts you, and it makes it very difficult for you to focus your will on generating this light. A little
Okay.
spark, the glistening of the golden leaves of the divine tree don't quite manifest for you.
I'll having filled this, I'll call out and say, I found a cellar down here. Can anyone pass me a light? I want to check this out.
I'll actually, without it being a surprise, that's not too far for a jump down.
No, a 10-foot drop isn't too bad. I will ask for a roll on that, though.
I will do that.
All right, then just give me a dexterity athletics at difficulty 6.
Well,
It
it
is-
let me down this time. I
Oh.
botched.
Okay. Well, it is it's really dark down there, and even though you can basically hear her voice, it's pretty hard to see. But you spring to action and you jump down, but you land on an uneven piece of ground, and you also take a bashing damage.
Okay.
Are you okay, Anthony?
Oh, that.
That was.
It was a good landing, and then it all went to hell.
I see. Do you have a light on you, or?
I search and pull out my cell phone, hoping that it's not broken from the fall.
Nope, your cell phone is safe for now.
Okay.
I don't like
Well,
that for now.
You never know what's gonna happen. I'll turn on the flashlight function.
Okay, after the malware ads play on your app from the phone flashlight, you're able to illuminate the bottom of this worn-out cellar. You can see piles of dirt steeped on top of what seems to be a stone wall. Some of it has been shaken by the previous magical effect and has broken loose in a couple places. That said, you can still see that there are large barrels that seem to be down here. Some of them still legible. They've got, or not legible, but you can make out that they've got metal bands on them holding them tight. And, Gemma, where's your book right now?
My book right now should be in my sleeve. I would have put it there whenever I was doing the force ritual.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's what you can see down there. There are large barrels. The walls of the cellar are made of stone. The stone seems to have been somewhat disturbed by the magical effect before, as well as when I mentioned to Gemma that she saw like the withered wooden structures that had been holding up the cellar previously.
Unsurprisingly, I will be starting my spirit sight.
Okay. Immediately upon opening up your book, before you can even finish channeling your divine magic to see into the spirit realm, Teacup rolls out of your sleeve, and you see him head towards one of the dirt piles. And as your vision becomes clear of the spirit world, you can see that within the realm of the spirit, you are in a very clean-looking cellar. And around you are a couple of barrels that somebody has taken good care to keep in good condition. And what might be described as a little laundry bucket off to the side, and there's a couple places for animals. It looks like there were baskets there with some linens tucked in them, and you can see that they had little names on them like Fluffers and Sunshine.
Aw.
Just terrifyingly sad.
Little bowls there where they had their food. And you can also see that where Teacup is going in the spirit realm is to one of the bricks on the wall in the cellar. And you can see him reaching up towards it and like trying to scratch at it.
Scratch at the wall?
Yeah.
Interesting. Hey, Anthony, I think there's something behind this wall over here. At least
Okay,
Teacup seems to think so.
I know what must be done. I pull out my cleaver.
Of course. Surprising no one.
I'll use entropy sight.
Right. You can see, well, first of all, I wish it was a bit more flavorful than I use entropy sight. You got something else that you do while holding on to that cleaver? Could you, where are you planning on using your sight? On the wall, I presume?
Yeah, she's saying something behind the wall, so I'm looking for weaknesses, weak points.
How about this? Would Anthony walk up to the wall, maybe place one hand on it, and with the cleaver, tap on different places with the cleaver? Tink, tink, tink.
That would be a smart way of investigating it, yes.
All right. Roll me your Arete at difficulty 4.
I will spend a willpower.
Okay. You'll get one automatic success in there.
Okay, 2 successes then.
Yeah. Well, after tinking on the rock, your the flame of your vision begins to narrow down. The whole wall at first seemed pretty available to be destroyed, but after tinking on each of these rocks, it sort of deselected them, and it narrows down to one rock in particular. And you can see that the grout on it never fully finished, whereas the other ones have cracked with age and lost their cohesion. This rock in particular looks like it never was fully grouted in there, or maybe at some point it had been chiseled out or something along those lines. Regardless, you can tell that this rock was not always permanently affixed in this wall as the other ones were.
Well, then, instead of trying to break it, I try to just pull it.
All right. Give me a strength. I think athletics again. Strength athletics, difficulty 6.
Hey, Gemma. Why don't you just try pulling this brick out?
Yeah.
Right there? I guess that
Yeah.
does sound easier than just punching it. Yeah, I'll do that. Strength athletics?
Yeah, strength athletics, difficulty 6.
Got it.
Considering I have 0 athletics, 1 strength, and a -1 die pool.
Hey, this is what division of labor is for. All right.
Yeah.
You're able to get your fingers on the edges of the rock, and after pulling it forward a couple centimeters, then a couple centimeters more, you can get more of your finger on it, and then with one good yank, you pull the rock out.
Wonderful.
And now there is a small section of the wall that is open.
Well, let's look what's in here. I'm gonna just kneel down and get a little look-see.
Anthony has his phone with the light on.
Oh,
If
right,
you-
yeah.
If you want if you want the light on there.
Yeah, I'd like light. Light would
gonna
be
say.
good.
Yeah, I'll bring some light over to you.
It's like at first I'm just like, yes, darkness.
As you bring the light down, the shadows disappear, and you can see back in the behind where the stone wall was, there is a little bit of a carved out spot. It's been disturbed by all the recent seismic activity over the past couple minutes, and it looks to be slightly covered, but you do notice that there is a wooden box.
Ooh. I'll reach in and take it.
It's partially covered by the dirt. You're going to need to dig it out.
Understood. I will do such a thing.
Okay. Before we go any further, I need both of you to take one more lethal damage.
Understood.
Got it.
Which means that if you had that bashing, the bashing will move down 1, and you should have lethal bashing on your health tree. Okay.
That is in fact true.
All right. Now, dig out this box.
Dig out the box. Just same roll? Same roll. I'm gonna do the same roll.
Are you, just using your fingers?
I mean, how much dirt are we talking about here?
I mean,
Like
if you tried to grab the box right now, it would be very stuck in the dirt.
I see. I mean, well, I could try to blast it with force, but I don't trust that with my reduced, magic dice. So I'll just try to, scoop away some dirt.
Okay, then just use some, let's do a strength brawl then.
Brawl. Okay. Was not expecting that one. Well, let's go for it.
Difficulty 6, if
Okay.
you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, you grab some of the dirt. It's kind of cloddy and chunky, and as you pull it out, it kind of crumbles in your hand into the light dirt. But you're able to clear it off a little bit, and you can start seeing that the box has a hinge on top. It seems to be some kind of container that is stuck back there, and after a few more moments, you're able to get enough dirt off of it to pry it free from the wall. It's very close to the size of the block that was in the way of it, so it takes you a moment to pull it out, but after you do, the dirt falls free, and you can see engraved on top of this wooden box is some kind of bird sitting on a perch, and it has something in its mouth. It kind of looks like a twig. But on the box on the front is a little latch that's holding it shut.
Do I dare open this box right now? Probably not. I turn to Anthony and I'm gonna say we should probably get out of
Leave?
here.
Yes.
I mean, you felt that too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We need to get out of here.
Yeah, careful there,
Then again,
Pandora.
that's like a 10-foot ascension.
Yeah, you gotta go up a 10-foot wall. For Ethan and Nicholas, you guys, can you make for me a perception alertness check at difficulty 7?
Can do. How's a tulip? Oh,
2s.
well, yeah.
You all hear something in the woods, not too far back from where you had come from. The snapping of a twig, the rustling of the underbrush. You look in that direction, but in the darkness, you can't see anything.
Well, I pull out my gun.
Wait, what?
We've been holding that thing the whole time.
Dang.
This is my anti-Margaret weapon.
My anti-Margaret rifle.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good. How's it going down there? We've got incoming.
We need to get out.
Can you?
It's like 10 feet down.
Some assistance would be appreciated.
Ethan?
What do you want me to do here?
Can you push them out?
Uh,
Or
so about that.
just get something down here or help us, like, pull us up or something.
Yeah, does anyone have rope?
Shit. Does anyone ever have rope?
I mean,
Uh,
if we hadn't come here straight from the farmer's market and stopped to get the splunking gear, yeah, I would have had rope.
You had Splunky gear this whole time?
He's fucking rich, dude.
Could have used a shovel. Look what the fucking. Okay.
There's other stuff around you could reach down with.
Hold on.
Shit.
Let's point out the fact that earlier, Nicholas asked for a shovel, even though he knew full well he had spelunking gear
Oh my god.
with a shovel.
So here's the problem. I don't have correspondence 4.
No.
Well, it's a forest. There's vines and branches and stuff you can probably go get.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Actually, okay. So Ethan's just gonna think quickly and go. All right. Yeah. No.
In fact,
Yeah,
I have life. Can I, like, animate vines or something?
I was gonna say we could
Um,
just throw shit down there until they have a pile tall enough to climb out with.
How long is that going to take?
let's see.
Guys, I don't know.
Randomly altered organisms.
Although I
transformed-
kind of want to put together a sleep spell for whatever's coming up to us.
Why?
Yeah.
Why not just, like, reach down with that, like, gardening equipment or stuff that was animated?
That's
Oh.
fallen into the hole with you?
Oh. Wait. Oh wait.
So
hold on.
we could reach up with it?
Yeah.
Like, okay,
We could
with
try to pull them up.
3 spheres of life, it does say that you can do transformations as radical as, like, turning a tree inside out, as long as it's a simple organism. So I would say you could probably make vines grow, but I would say
yeah.
how much they grow would depend on how many successes you get, and how thick they are would probably be how difficult it would be. Like how
I know
much
there's
weight
the
it could
death
hold.
zone around here, though, so it's going to be hard to get anything into it.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I have to raise a question real quick. What is the practical, like, application of turning a tree inside out?
I don't know. That's literally what
You
it
ever
says in
seen
here.
Fern Gully?
I know, but why?
Advanced understanding allows the mage to radically alter simple organisms, turning a tree inside out. Yeah, I don't know. I guess
The
you have
inside of
the
a tree is the same as the outside,
That-
minus the bark.
the pith would be on the outside, and the
Example.
I mean, you would really throw off anyone that, like, looks at tree rings and tries to, like, date things. They'd be like, "This is all fucked up. What the hell happened here?" But yeah, I would say that falls into it. However, I mean, if you are in a drastic situation and you need to get out, I would say that you, using your life magic Gemma, could unnaturally alter your strength and probably just jump out of the hole.
Honestly,
Or-
I was just-
forces
I
her
was-
way out.
Is
I
And-
was on
and
top of
forces.
that.
You could probably also forces, and you could probably also do both of those together to, like, throw Anthony out of the hole.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Hi.
if you up your strength, you just throw me.
Fine.
Can I just, like,
I'll throw
walk
him.
over to some branches and life them into a
No,
ladder or something?
Too late. I'm throwing Anthony.
Oh,
All right.
God.
It's never a bad idea when you have the opportunity to throw a party member.
Question.
Awesome.
Can I characterize this as a judo throw?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm judo throwing Anthony. I'm sorry. I am going to sweep you off your feet now. So
I'm perfectly
So-
fine with this.
So
okay.
let's make sure we got everything straight here. Are you
Uh-huh.
going to supernaturally enhance your body first, or are you only going to amplify the force coming out?
I'm going to amplify this force. Yes.
Okay, but not your own body.
Not yet.
Okay, so let's first start out with you doing the dexterity. No, this would be a strength martial arts.
This is a heavy strength. DC. What's the difficulty on this? You
Uh,
thinking?
Throwing him at all is going to be a difficulty 7, and I would say each success gives you another 5 feet. So 2
Oh, geez,
successes is going to get you to throw him up to where he can get out of the hole. 3, he
Okay.
is clean out. 4 or more, he's going to be thrown into the air and then land on the ground outside.
Gosh, Anthony, I had no idea you were so heavy to require a 7 difficulty, but let's go.
I am a person.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
whole
I know.
daggone person.
All right,
You're
let's go.
trying to throw me into the air.
You could
Hold
just
on.
do
How
that,
does-
that ladder thing where you lace your hands, he just steps on it and you just lift as he jumps.
He's
Oh, there you go.
Do I even
Perfect.
have to apply my
Into the
forces for this?
You already got a 3? I mean, if you
I
want
already
to.
I mean,
You're already ridiculously strong as is.
you know, is it still a 7 to apply the forces, or
The forces is going to be only a difficulty because you're amplifying an existing force, so that's difficulty 5. It's a 2 sphere
Okay.
forces effect.
you know? I get that. This is like, okay, it's,
And hits.
I guess I probably shouldn't because, like, I mean, ultimately it would be just overkill at this point. But you know, yeah.
All right.
Wow.
So essentially, you add 2 more successes to that. Anthony, or can you explain to us the conjuring of this magical effect, Gemma?
So basically, with my rosary still tied around my right arm, first off, I judo throw Anthony by basically like grabbing him by the scruff of the neck and then like
Oh my god.
by the small of his back and just using momentum toss him up. But at the same time, I'm going to be sending him forth, and I just shout out, "Lord, grant me strength!" I'm gonna just bellow it out.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
indeed, God does give you the strength, and he hears your pleas, and Anthony goes sailing into the air, roughly from the bottom of the cellar up 10 feet farther from the surface of the ground. Anthony, I'm going to need you to make a dexterity athletics check at difficulty 6.
Wonderful.
Ah, I did good. I did good.
I have 0 successes.
You get thrown up in the air, and the way Gemma threw you, you actually do somewhat of a flip. You go over your head, and as you're looking at the ground, just as you're about to hit, you continue and do a belly flop onto the ground. Give yourself another bruise damage.
Emma. It was 10 feet. It's 10 feet from the ground at the bottom.
Wait, what was the max height I got there with him? Was that like 20?
Yeah, it was 20
Oh
feet
my
in the air.
God.
Jesus
You
Christ.
you hucked a dude.
He has been yoted.
Yeeted
Oh.
and safely undeleted.
Yes. Oh no, sorry. He has been yoked, rather.
However, as this happens, Ethan and Nicholas, upon the thud of the ground Anthony creates, a small baby bear comes waddling out of the woods towards you all.
Aww. Oh, wait,
no.
towards. No, not towards, not towards, not towards. I don't like that.
Oh no.
I'm going to cast a spell to just like. Can I use a? It'd be a combination of life and mind to make it want to leave, basically, without being like angry or scared. Just have it wander off.
Basically, if you wanted to do that, I would say you have to make an illusion of something that would scare it away.
want to scare it though. I want it to wander off on its own, so it's not like, calling its mom to us because it's scared and upset or hurt.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would make a bear want to go in a different direction than towards where all the funny monkey things are doing stuff?
Can I induce, like, I want to do something like have it smell honey from another direction.
All right, that would make sense to me. And yeah, I would think that'd be, you're affecting another mind. I think that's only, well, if it's a surface level thought, like something very weak. Well, let me
I could actually, like, you can compel sleep with life 3.
Mental impulse, yeah.
I could, like, physically, like, affect its nose so it does smell that, not like a mental illusion specifically.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I was going to say, even with a 2 mind, you can do a mental impulse. So you can give it the impulse of something, but...
I want to impulse it elsewhere.
Yeah. So if that is the case, with life, you can...
So I'll do that and aid it by pulling out some granola that I've got in my bag. Something you'd keep, like a sugar thing you'd keep for, like, in case people are going into diabetic shock.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll use that as a focus as I pull that out and probably toss it into the woods and have it, direct it that way.
Okay. In that case, then give me a strength athletics to see if you throw it far enough at difficulty 6.
All right. Difficulties. Oh wait, no, don't edit that one. Here. Strength, athletics. Toss. Oh, I click over here.
All right. You
That definitely should have been more. Sorry, I don't know why that didn't go to athletics. I clicked athletics. It went to technology.
do it again then? How many should have been?
My athletics.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the same number. Never mind. I thought I had more athletics than that,
Okay.
but no, that's fine.
Well, you don't throw it deep into the woods, but you do throw it into the woods. Would you now do your arete at difficulty 5?
All right, and because I don't want to deal with bears, I'm going to use my other quintessence here.
Mm-hmm. Difficulty 4 then?
I just don't want to deal with bears.
All right. The very strong scent of honey floods the mind of this young bear. And despite his infatuation with whatever's going on out in front of him, the sudden urge to go find this delicious source of honey overtakes his judgment, and he skedaddles off into the woods.
Oh, thank God.
Now, Gimma, how are you getting out of there?
By the way, can I direct him back the way he came specifically? Not just into a random direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Because I don't want his mom following the trail and coming up onto us anyway.
Sure. Makes sense to me.
Gemma has an idea of how to get out of this hole. She doesn't like it.
Please hurry. I don't want you dying down there.
Yeah. Gemma will take a sip of her holy water, and as she does... Huh?
Just jump.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's the plan. It's just hard to jump 10 feet up into the air. Throwing someone that height.
What's your
not
strength
a
at?
She's like
3.
a 4. Oh, 3, yeah.
Oh, 3.
My
Never
dexterity's
mind.
4.
I thought you had a 4 or 5 strength. Like, you can jump 10 feet in the air. How tall are you?
How tall am I?
Yeah.
Actually, how tall is Gemma? That's
Tall
actually
enough.
a good question. Tall enough? Yeah.
You're 3 feet tall for the purposes of this event.
I was saying, like, you don't have to jump 10 feet up. You just have to jump so your hands reach the 10-foot wall as you reach up.
Also keep
Like-
in mind that she is injured, and we'll be taking a
I
penalty
am-
on her rolls.
I
Oh,
am
yeah.
in fact injured.
That's why I'm trying to get her out of there so we can heal her
Mm-hmm.
before
Yeah,
she
that's why
continues to
I'm
die.
thinking I need to enhance myself with life before I do this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll mutter to myself, according to his great mercy, he has caused us to be born again. Quote Saint Peter. And Eoti,
Whoa.
I will be trying to replicate a certain miscast that happened to me
Mm-hmm.
as I try to acquire some legs good for jumping.
Oh, you're trying to specifically replicate that effect?
Yes.
All
Yes,
right.
I am.
In that case, then, give me an arete at difficulty 6.
Got it.
All right.
Literal worst possible outcome.
Well, first of all, you are now going to take 4 points of paradox because it was a 3 sphere and it's vulgar to turn your legs into a set of animal legs. I think there's not really a way to say that's coincidental.
Okay. I
So-
must inform you that apparently this does mean that my paradox will hit 6.
That's fine. You didn't get 5 all at once, so there's not backlash on this at the moment.
Okay.
So you get 4 points of paradox for botching this.
Uh-huh.
And you can spend a willpower now if you want to delay the paradox effect that's going to happen, or I can just go ahead and do it.
No, I need to delay this. I cannot allow this to happen to me right now.
Okay,
If whatever happens right now, I'm going to die.
probably.
So I'll spend my last willpower to.
Okay, so
Yeah.
for right now, the paradox effect is going to be delayed until the end of the scene. For right now, though, basically your prayer went unheard, and your legs remain the same.
Oh, but I feel some bad mojo. I'm so sorry. Oh, please have mercy on me. Okay, I'm just gonna try to jump now, and I'm gonna say, please, try to catch me, please. Is for a jump? Would it be strength?
Yeah, it'd just be
athletics?
a
Or would it be
strength athletics.
dexterity athletics.
I would say if you tried to do a ninja run up the wall kind of thing, maybe that would be more dexterity athletics.
You know what? I'll try that.
Is
I'll
anyone
give-
going to be in position to grab her?
I'm not the one to ask for strength-related things, so I'm sorry.
Well,
I mean, technically, if you all did it all at once, you'd probably be able to
I
pull
mean,
me up.
she
I
wouldn't really
prob-
know if we were there ready or not before jumping.
Yeah, that's not good.
She
I'm
specifically
currently still laying on the
yelled.
ground.
She specifically yelled out, "Can someone catch me?"
Fair. Okay.
Sure.
What's the difficulty for this check?
I'm waiting to see if they're helping or not, which will affect the difficulty.
I see.
I'd like to assist, but I cannot effectively help you. I
You
get
cannot
one die.
effectively help me alone.
I will go.
He could make it
Something
worse.
Somebody with strength more than 1, please do this. I'm not risking that.
I mean, she asked for help. I'll go help.
All right.
All right. In that case, then I will have you roll your strength athletics at difficulty 6. As I assume you're leaning over the edge with your arm out ready to catch her.
Yep.
Okay. And Gemma, why don't you roll a dexterity athletics at difficulty 5?
Oh, 5. Okay, that's a relief. And this
There you go.
one works.
So you have a rough start because as you get ready to sprint up the wall, you remember that your ankle is probably a little twisted and it hurts, and you wince at the pain, but you're able to climb up the rock wall and get just in range of Nicholas's arm and grab a hold of each other. And he's able to help you stabilize yourself, and you can kick a foot up and roll out of the dead zone.
Long live the king.
Jeez.
Scar! Brother! Help me!
Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas. We should probably leave here. I'm going to paradox like crazy in a moment, probably.
The universe is about to say no very loudly and forcefully.
Yes.
Well, are we outside the death zone?
Yeah, you are outside the dead zone. You can see in Gemma's hand is a wooden box.
So that wasn't what was causing the death zone then, at least.
As far as you are aware.
Well, I'm going to start medicining her, because if she's about to explode, I'd rather, she have a chance to survive it.
All right. Then that's going to be Life Sphere 3 to heal somebody else, right?
Yep.
All right. Your Arete at difficulty 6 on Gemma.
All right.
Any willpower or quintessence?
Yeah, I'll use a willpower. I'm out of quintessence, though.
Oh, no.
I mean, I only had 2.
All right.
That's 4?
Yeah.
Nice.
That
Wow.
is 4 healing. So any bashing or lethal, you can remove 4 of those, which I believe gets you back to full.
Yeah, that does.
Damn.
Boop, boop. Boop, boop.
Magical healing is incredible.
So I take out some, check her over, taking out bandages and medicines and salves to, help with the healing process as I focus in on the breaks in her pattern and the like, working them back into the normal, I want to say, correct way that her body sees itself.
Yeah, it sounds about right. And Gemma, you feel the magic come over you, and your ankle feels good as new.
Thank you, Nicholas. I truly do appreciate that.
Well, hopefully it's not in vain. You said, did you say the thing about paradox?
I sure did.
Okay. You said you might, have problems in a moment, so if you'd like to stand over there.
Before we open the box, in case we need to run for some reason, could I get some healing?
Yeah.
I seem to have met the ground with a lot of speed.
How many boxes is he?
I am at 4.
You have 4 boxes of damage?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yes, I will definitely do that.
Oh yeah, because of the additional.
It was going to be 3 until someone threw me way up into the air.
Well, let's combine this with a regular medicine check as well then, rather than just straight up magic the whole way there. It should help we do the magic if I get him part of the way through with, normal medicine.
Sure.
Just in case.
That makes sense to me. We're basically going to amplify your healing here with a little bit of actual medical diagnosis. So why don't you give me an intelligence medicine at difficulty 6?
Sounds good. And I'm gonna, when I get to the spell, I'm gonna take my time on him. He's not, as far as I know, about to explode, so I don't need to do it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Take some time to get the thing lowered as opposed to rushing an Arete roll.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is.
Or I don't need
12 successes, because that's my medical specialty.
Yeah. So just at a cursory glance, you could already see pretty much exactly what the problem with him is. And it doesn't take you long to see that not only does he have that bit of a twisted ankle as well, he has some bruising. You even see that he has a mole on his arm that might be cancerous, and he might need to have that looked at.
Oh, well.
Welcome to the dungeon, then, you little changes.
Right, well,
And I will say, on your medical check, we're going to reduce the difficulty down to a 3. So roll Arete difficulty 3.
gotcha. And there's 3.
Yay.
Yeah, so you only have a bashing left.
Which should go away very quickly with the medical help. It's
Yeah.
usually an hour anyway, but...
Yeah.
There.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
Also, thank you for the follow, Spud Dreams. I hope you're enjoying this. It's too bad you weren't here for the last episode where we had the world's best cheesy garlic potatoes, but you can always
Yeah,
check
that
that
was-
episode out on the YouTube channel.
that was great. That was a good one.
It was really good. Not just the best potatoes, but some of the best moments.
Some pretty damn good potatoes.
So, you all are
Divine.
out of the hole, out of the dead zone. You've acquired a piece of treasure. The spirits are now staring into the hole. If you were to see this in the spirit realm, the cabin is still there, but it looks like they're looking underneath it as if there's like a crawl space under the cabin that they're peering into.
Well, I feel like there might be more to explore here, but I think we should get home and get some rest.
Yeah, I'd like to sleep off this day.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of get a bit of a rest. I can feel my whole, being slightly having unraveled being right there.
Yes. I should probably help with that as well.
Yeah.
How many boxes were you at? Just 2? Or just 1?
Just the one.
Just the 1? Alright, that's just a regular medical check.
Not too
I'm
bad.
not risking death and plague and paradox off of a 1 bruised lethal box.
Ah, yes. Use magic to heal up my boo-boo.
I slipped on ice and got covered in boo-boos.
Boo-boos, eh?
Yeah, just do your intelligence, medicine, same thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm just gonna... how much do I heal?
I just turn
Good.
the lethal into a bashing.
Need.
It's no
Alright.
longer lethal, but you still, it's...
I'm gonna
it's-
sleep it off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Basically.
I think the PDF says you can up the healing time by 1 to 2 steps with a
Mhm.
medical roll.
Very nice. All right.
Well then, you guys
Yeah.
heading back home then?
Yeah, as long as nothing in the
Look.
box or Kiana explodes.
Well,
Huh.
before we should probably check the box before we actually leave.
No.
Well,
Why not?
No.
No.
Why
I-
not?
maybe we get out of the forest.
Okay,
Let's
hold on.
check the box when we're back in a sanctum.
Yeah. Hey,
Okay,
Gemma.
but why?
Gemma, look. I've been on wikis far too fucking long. This sounds a lot to me like a little box that Miss Pandora happened to have on hand. I'd rather be in a
Okay.
place we could contain stuff in if shit goes
Here's
wrong.
the thing. If that is the case, why would we bring the box back to somewhere that's populated and that could potentially have collateral? And we are in the middle of the woods where if there is something that bad can happen, the only thing it can hurt is us.
And those
Also,
2 women
Yeah.
and that guy that was back there.
I'll
was
be
gonna
like an
say,
hour
yeah, no.
away.
nah, they're gonna be fine. Probably.
And the bear.
Yeah.
It is the middle of the night. I'm sorry. Wait, are you meowing at me?
What? I'm sorry.
Did you just space out and start meowing at the cat?
That's the paradox. She's turned into a cat.
Oh shit. Cat girl Kiana when? Oh no.
No.
It's already happening. Alright.
Jeez.
Okay. I'm in the vote against opening it here.
Yeah, I
Personally-
think taking it back to a sanctum is easier.
hmm You could always hand it over to Margaret.
No.
No.
Well, we could just do that. Open it and then hand it to her. Sure. Hey, think
That's
fast.
the other reason I want to take it back to the sanctum, as it will hide magical emanations from Margaret.
Mhm.
Okay, well, wording it that
that
way,
itself.
then yes.
That itself, I will agree with. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
All right. You guys begin walking back out of the woods, and Gemma, your feet really hurt.
Oh.
They feel
Imagine
like
so.
they are bulging against your shoes. What kind of shoes are you wearing?
Our really nice
Like-
boots we just bought you, or your
No.
summer?
No, I
No.
had put on the like hiking stuff. It would be like my simple kind of like loafers, basically.
Okay, you feel like
No.
your feet are going to rip through the loafers.
Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, each step it's tense. It's like your foot is super inflamed. And at the same time, you feel kind of clammy and sweaty.
Kind of like a fever almost.
Not really. It's more just a wetness, a moistness, so to say.
Why is it always moist?
Why do I always have to be moist?
Don't say that sentence. Why?
Hold on. Where's okay, hold on. I'm gonna say hold on. Can we take a moment? My feet are killing me.
Sure, yeah. Take a look at that. Thought Nicholas already looked you over, though.
Oh yes, I'm assuming this is
Ah.
karma.
Well, let's get her out of those shoes.
Mm? When you remove your shoes, are you wearing socks too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be wearing the thigh highs.
Okay.
Honestly, with
Of
how
course.
much mud and water she's been covered in, this
Yeah.
is probably needed to be done so she doesn't get trench foot in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the mud stained socks and everything are really sticking to your body, and you're just still really wet and clammy. But after you take off the shoe, you can see that your foot is literally ripping your socks apart. You can see the threads beginning to tear because it is so enlarged.
Oh no, not the socks. Also my foot, that's very concerning.
What did you do?
Your toes feel
I
weird.
was
You try to wiggle your toes, but they're so mashed together it kind of feels like you've only got like 3.
So I'll pull out. I'm sure I had the flashlight out, so we'll camera light their foot.
I tried to enhance my jumping ability to make sure that I could clear the gap.
Oh.
But apparently, that was asking for a little too much.
Well, let's take off the sock and see what actually happened.
Okay, I'll remove the sock.
As you peel the thigh high down, you can see that the area above your knee has taken on a sickishly green color, with the inside of your thigh being a little bit lighter and the outside being a bit darker. And you peel it down. The sweat and water, clearly not just that, as little strands of mucus seem to be covering your sock. As it continues to roll down, you see that the outside skin has a sort of slimy texture to it, and it's speckled on the sides with a rough, wrinkly, yet very tender and stretchy skin, until you reach the bottom, at which point, after going under the ball of your foot, the entire rest of the thigh high flings off and unfurls your giant frog feet, webbed between the toes, looking almost as if you're a scuba diver that's walking around in the middle of the woods with your flippers on, your feet spread out. Gemma, give me a willpower check at difficulty 7.
Or eat a mosquito that's flying by.
Oh no.
Difficulty 7, you say?
Yes, willpower at difficulty 7.
Okay, let's do that.
You have the sudden urge to go slap your foot down in some of the mud just to get it caked and nice and lubricated again, because it feels a little dry, but the urge you're able to quell. You push it to the back of your mind again as the discomfort in your other foot begins to swell as well.
Oh god. Okay. Why does this happen to me?
I think the white rabbit fur looked better.
Well, we can't leave it like that, but I don't know if we want to take care of it immediately.
Wait, why? She's a fucking frog.
Wait. Are
We
you
don't
trying to
want to.
lure people here to eat them?
What?
No, I'm saying that we're all tired, and making a mistake with this could cause extra harm.
Yeah,
True.
it could.
For a second, I thought you were suggesting that we were trying to attract the French, but you know.
What?
All right. No, don't think about it.
Let's keep the shoes off, but let's make sure it's covered as we head back just in case. Once we get some rest, we can take care of this carefully without risk of making it perhaps permanent.
Yeah.
Unless
that-
you have a complaint?
No, that sounds good. It's better than trying to fix it now. At least it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just I guess the biggest thing I worry about is if someone were to see this.
Well, it's dark, and we'll make sure your habit covers it for the most part.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Anthony, can you keep a lookout? I'm gonna stay back with Gemma to monitor her condition as we go.
Yeah, I can do that.
Alright, so I'm gonna pull out my clipboard and start asking Gemma's questions as we walk about, how it feels and things like that. Try to get it all jotted down for future reference and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Are you also doing mind magic then? Or are you is it literally just writing down notes?
I mean, it was mostly writing down notes,
Okay.
but
I know your notepad is or
yep,
your
it is
clipboard your...
my mind
Okay.
mind focus, but I have no more quintessence. I only have one willpower. And he's actually curious about what it feels like to have frog legs and how they work and the like on a person, because some people might want frog legs one day, and this is a good learning experience of how to make that happen.
Okay then.
Gemma, I will say that you have the urge to make sure that your legs are staying very well lubricated. Anytime they start to feel dried out, you get the urge to want to make them wet again. Otherwise, your gait, your walk has been impeded by obviously having very large feet, and the urge to make less steps and more leaps has become a bit more comfortable for you. Other than that, you're still pretty much the same old Gemma.
Am I really gonna have to hop through the woods? But the sooner this is over, the better. But let's just get home. Fine. We'll do it later.
All right. It did take you guys quite a bit of time to walk through the woods in this direction, and you're sort of walking blind. But let's say an hour has passed, and Gemma, give me another willpower difficulty 7 check.
Oh no. Let's see.
Okay. You're able to overcome those urges once again. However, you wonder why you're not able to croak for just a minute before you're able to snap back and go, right, that's not something I do.
People don't croak.
As for the rest of you, after another hour of traipsing through the woods, you find yourself back at the corner of the farmer's market. It is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 a.m. at this point.
All right. Well, I think we should get back to the car and get everybody home.
Hmm.
Agreed.
Yep.
You all
Yep.
pile into the car, and where's everybody going tonight?
We need to open the box. Where's the best place to do that?
Would the house of God be the place to be?
Nicholas?
I mean,
I mean, they
I
say
was kind of planning to go back to the estate where I had my sanctum for the box.
Then to the
Fair.
sanctum.
Do you need to do something tomorrow at the church?
It
What
would
day is
be.
today?
It's now Monday morning. It's 2 a.m. on Monday.
Then not really.
Well, since Father Andrews was sick, people probably aren't expecting anything to happen then. Why don't you come stay at the estate as long as you promise not to break things?
I promise.
All right, then. Well, let's head back then.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You all pile into the car. Gemma, you have a difficult time wedging your feet into a comfortable position in the back there, but you're able to manage it somehow. And on the ride back, you get to about a block away from your house when you get a sudden call. Nicholas.
Oh, again?
Yep,
Let me
it's
guess.
Margaret.
Does she ever
Oh, no.
sleep? I hand my phone to someone else. I'm driving. I can't answer this and drive at the same time.
I'll answer. Fine.
I mean, I could
Mm.
connect it to the car and have it just answer over that, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Emma, resist the urge to croak into the phone to answer, please.
Fine. Don't worry. It's okay.
Oh. Nicholas.
Actually, this is Gemma.
Oh, well, that might explain it then. I assume you're still in the company of Thumical then?
Kind of. We are making
Or-
sure that.
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm going to have to retcon what I just said, because she would say the spirit. My
Yeah, it's not
apologies.
Yes.
Thumical.
Are you still in the presence of the spirit?
Somewhat. We're making sure that Thumbcool is at the marketplace. I put heavy emphasis on that part. Just to.
He's not. I presume he's with you.
The thing is, he wasn't quite. Once we reached the cabin, he stepped back into the woods, and we assumed he was still there, and then he disappeared, and now we're making sure that he's at the marketplace.
So he was with you. You found the cabin. Well, that is just great. I'm glad I wasted all that time researching. Fantastic. However, you let him out of your sight after he was far away from his containment area?
To be fair, we had our hands full with the situation. The land was under the effects of a anti-living area. Basically, it killed everything in the area, like dismantling like the soul of an entity.
Because I am noticing right now that spirit is traveling at very quick speeds I had not seen him travel before, which makes me believe that he is in a car, especially since he seems to be going on the thoroughfares, on the roads.
Can you give me one moment, please?
Mm-hmm.
I opened up my book.
Irritate, difficulty 4, please.
Will do. And I'll just as I'm doing this, as I'm trying to focus on this, since I'm not really focusing on speech anymore, I'm just gonna under my breath kind of go ribbit, 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 ribbit.
Okay. With the phone up against your ear, with your shoulder holding it there, you flip through the pages of the book, and sure enough, there in the car, sitting in the center console with his head peering out the windshield, is Thumacul, his body stretching through the center of the car, with his hind legs haunched on the back seat between you and Anthony.
Oh, would you look at that? Actually, Thumbacul is right here. Huh, saves us the trip to the marketplace.
So, you found the cabin?
That's correct, yes.
And what did you find there outside of this anti-life zone?
Well, we found that most of the cabin was burnt down, and we did find a cellar that was part of it. We found some somewhat interesting things. Not sure what they are at the moment. We'll get back onto you about it once we've deciphered what exactly they are.
Don't let me find out that you let that spirit out of your sight again. Boop!
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm gonna hand Nicholas's phone back.
Nicholas, the phone is slightly wet.
Of course it is. I'll hand it to Anthony in the back. Dry that off, please. I'm still driving.
So actually, this does raise a question. If Thaumacool is here, I mean, clearly they are. Do we take them back to the marketplace now?
That would probably be best.
I suppose. Although, I do know that Thaumacool is... You know, he is afraid of those things. Upset and afraid.
Are you saying we should let him crash at my estate for the night too?
Please.
I
Fine.
I kind of like the opportunity to sleep. Though I was gonna say the church was sweet digs, but I'd like a place that's a little more money.
Well,
Jeez.
what does the
Whatever.
man driving
I
the
don't-
car decide?
I don't have the energy to argue at the moment. I'm just going to drive back to my house and let people inside.
All right. You drive back to the house, and after opening the door, Thumacul, from what Gemma can see, immediately hops out, his nose to the ground.
Oh, he's going for the kitchens.
He
Oh, Lord.
immediately trespasses into the estate through the door
There he
as a
goes.
spirit would and heads directly to the kitchen.
Oh, hey, he's heading to the kitchen. Maybe he wants a snack. A snack? You want a snack?
We're not going to
Mhm.
have anything for breakfast tomorrow.
God damn it!
I'll head to the kitchen and pull some provisions to a different fridge elsewhere.
All right.
Yeah.
Gemma, give us another willpower difficulty 7, please.
Will do.
I'll bring Ethan along so he can grab his choice of coffee.
Oh please, yes, I'll grab the coffee before the dragon gets to it.
Again,
Jeez.
you have the strong urge that maybe it's time to take a bath, or you just want to maybe get some lotion or something like that, but it
That does sound nice.
doesn't
Really.
overwhelm you.
What does lotion have to do with frogs?
It's
Moisturizing.
Moisturizing.
You can use the second best bath. It's up the stairs, down the hall to the right.
Oh, did I say that out loud? Oh, geez. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Oh my
And
god.
Gemma hops up to the second floor.
Oh, I do. Do you? Oh wait, actually, before that, no, never mind. It's fine.
Well-
I'm assuming Thaumacool's just getting a snack. It's fine.
Yeah, without you seeing it, everyone knows he's kind of in the area, but
Yeah. I'm
Mm.
sure we'll notice once we get to the kitchen and it's just decaying in front of our eyes.
where is the box right now?
I'd have a hold of it. I didn't relinquish it to anyone.
Did you take it up to the bath with you?
I suppose I would have.
All
No
right.
one really asked about it. It would still be in like my pocket.
All right.
Oh, is that a raid?
Oh,
portal?
thanks for the raid,
Welcome,
guys.
raiders. I'm ready to
Well-
receive you.
Hey.
Wonderful.
And
Oh, that actually does remind me. Hold on.
mhm. No, you're not going to slap me with money, are you?
What? Eoti, I don't know why you would suggest such a thing from me.
Can I dodge it? Can I get ready to block it? Where is it
Oh,
coming
yeah?
from?
Yeah.
Where is it coming from? Hey, we're doing a recording for YouTube, so I'm not going to be like super involved with chat, but give me just a minute. We're almost wrapped up here. I blocked it. Aha!
Got it.
Hey,
Oh, jeez.
There we go. But you all settle into the Beset estate. I assume you find yourself some places to sleep. There's plenty of guest
Mhm.
rooms. They're fucking loaded, so no problem there.
Mhm.
And we'll pick
I'll
up.
make sure after we get the food and stuff that
Oh.
we store the box in the sanctum.
Oh no, I was not able to dodge that one. I just took one straight to the face, to the dome. Thank you, God of Cringe.
What a name.
Well, guys, we're
And-
going to end the episode there because we are 40 minutes over.
Oh,
Yeah.
And I could
Sounds
not
good.
I could not find a good stopping point for that one, so we're just going to say you made it back to home base, so all y'all exit free.
Yay!
yeah.
All right. Chapter 6 is where we've got our experience points. So let's start divvying those out. Character progress.
All right.
Everybody gets an automatic experience point. Let's go.
Yay!
I want to spend it so badly.
Learning curve. Characters who's truly learned something new, important, or significant to the plot or their personal stories can earn a point to reflect how that knowledge has expanded their horizons.
I think we all got the plot point of being that Nicholas is always correct on what was actually going on with the cave and the,
Yeah,
cabin.
there was just so much information that Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that was all of you. Like the cave is the cause of all of it. Like we haven't proven that part yet.
That's just because you don't have self-confidence.
Oh no, I have plenty of
Jeez.
confidence in myself.
You need more confidence in Nicholas.
Believe in
He
the
is
Nicholas
yet-
that believes in Nicholas.
He has yet to be proven wrong on all the major plot points.
Yeah.
I mean, we did learn about the dragon. The teacup is coming from the cabin, and all these other spirits are coming out of the cabin where the person was, murdered,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
as well as the plot point of the spirits do seem to be coming from the famine spirits are coming from the mine,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is pretty major.
That is pretty major, yeah.
Yeah, I do think you all earned yourself a learning curve point.
Yay.
Yeah.
Role playing. A player who goes above and beyond the group's usual level of role playing should be rewarded with an extra point for exploring his character, delving into his backstory, following his quirks or archetype, even when the player realizes that his character's making a mistake.
Well,
So about that.
there were a lot of mistakes that were made.
Mhm.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah, mistakes were made, but I don't think it was because of our role play.
I thought our role play was pretty good tonight, considering like every single one of us was like, I don't feel good. I'm kinda sick.
Yeah. All of you were like, yeah, I'm not feeling too good. And I'm like, damn it, this week I'm feeling great.
Jeez.
But I think you're right. You guys all played really well. Let's
Thank you,
go
thank
ahead
you.
and give you all a point for that.
Alrighty.
I will say, Anthony, you've got time magic, right?
Yeah, I've got one.
You got one time?
Yeah, one time.
Okay.
I do plan on upping that.
I was going to say,
Okay.
if you get that to 2, then I believe you can start doing delay spells. And that might be
3.
It's
Is it 3
3
or 4? It's up there.
Oh,
It's
never
a little
mind.
up there. Yeah.
Because I would really like seeing the cooking magic.
I want that. That's the whole reason I have time, is just for that.
Mm-hmm. So I think it would help you in your role playing if you can start incorporating the cooking into your spell casting more. I have some ideas about that if you want me to explain them now or later. Something like
It is the plan to have that be part of the character from the beginning. Like, that's how the character I'm modeling this off of worked.
mm-hmm.
So I'm just
Mm-hmm.
kind of trying to get there.
If I could
Yeah.
give a suggestion,
Absolutely.
make something like a jelly-filled donut and make it so that it is entropy magic in the jelly. And then when you are out and about and you need to have some kind of probability tested, you can cast the spell on the donut, and the way it tastes could influence it. Like, all right, is the thing here? If it is, make this sweet. If it isn't, make this sour. And then you could take a bite out of it, and then depending on the flavor you get your answer. And then that way it's not just, I activate entropy site. It's, I want to know the probability of some outcome, and this is my coincidental magic to make it happen. Some kind of ambiguous thing that once you've cast the spell gives you the answer. But if anyone looked at that, they'd just be like, okay, the guy ate a donut and then walked away.
I like the jelly toast test.
Yes,
You know.
the jelly toast test.
What?
Okay, so they're you're the one you're referencing the one from the Shyamalan movie, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so basically in one of M. Night Shyamalan's movies, there's the rumor that if you have jelly, if you have toast with jelly on it, if it lands jelly side down, it means that the devil
devil's
is near.
there.
Oh.
It was from the devil movie where the devil is an elevator.
Yeah, he's in the elevator.
It's hilarious.
Interesting. But yeah, that'd be something you don't literally have to do the one that I just said, but something like that where you can have some ambiguous piece of cooking and then you can use that to your advantage. Or something like, you could put a thing inside of a cupcake and then just have like 4 or 5 cupcakes on you and you don't know which one has the thing in it, and you can be like, all right, is this the way to go? Take a bite out of it, and if it has the thing you're looking for, you're on the right track. And then that way it can incorporate your cooking into the magic a little bit better, so it doesn't feel like you're just going, I pull my knife out and I see things.
Yeah, that would be better.
Or, I don't know, you could do something. I don't know what you could do with the knife itself without it being like, I toss the knife in the air and see which way it points, or something like that. That obviously could work too.
Knife compass.
I mean, you could use it to like cut something and then interpret it through like the grain of the meat or something like that.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, usually when I'm using the site, it's to try and find the weakness of an area. But yeah, it has been coming up more to find the actual like fate of things.
Mm-hmm. So keep that in mind. If you have questions about that, we can talk about that later. But I thought I would throw a couple out there, not only for you, but if anyone else wants to like latch onto ideas like that, that could help out. But moving on, focus. Because belief and practice are so important to a mage, a player who really gets into the way her character performs magic, who plays up the mage's beliefs, details her practices, and uses her instruments in cleverly appropriate ways, may get a point for emphasizing the mage's approach to the arts and sciences.
Oh, I think I did my magic pretty well this time.
I can agree with that.
Kiana
Anyone?
also went into her prayer mode and the rosary
yeah.
and judo
Can-
flipping people.
Can we take a moment to appreciate that I quoted St. Peter for a spell that was going to transform my feet into rabbit legs?
Yeah, and you messed
Yeah.
it up and it was frog, so it should have been St. Patrick.
I don't see the correlation there, but okay. Still,
Wait,
No,
you don't see
St.
the
Patrick
correlation Wait, you
pushed
don't
the
see
snakes out of Ireland, so it's
You
more
don't-
reptilian.
You don't see the correlation between St. Peter
amphibian.
and rabbits?
I do.
Easter?
No, it was the
Okay.
St. Patrick and frog that I was questioning.
Okay.
How about Ethan and Anthony? Do you have an argument for getting the focus point?
For magical stuff, not really.
I
No.
will say one thing. I do think Ethan took being basically a magical amp pretty well.
True.
I will say
Yeah, I Ethan nearly did just explode.
that. Yeah, I mean,
How
like,
many times
Actually-
is he? How many times is he gonna get punched this game? I'm just asking.
By teammates.
My teammates exclusively.
It's becoming kind of your
Actually-
thing.
That wasn't even you deciding that that's how it worked, because you were actually like, it doesn't have to be on me. You just go anywhere.
Yep.
And
Makes me-
Yeah,
it's,
he just
it
decided.
was
it was gonna
Emma
be-
deciding to punch you.
Yes, I was the
I-
focus.
I actually have to ask Eoti. Let's say Ethan did not do that properly. What was actually going to happen to him there?
Oh, he was going to get hurt
pulped.
real bad.
Pulped.
How bad is what I'm asking?
Well, I would then give him the opportunity to soak the damage, and we would see how much he would soak, and then whatever's left over would be what he takes, basically, and bashing damage. Probably some
Okay.
knockback, too.
So chunky salsa, got it.
Yeah.
Knowing Gemma.
God, I was surprised I got that massive of a result on martial arts. By the way, how does the specialization thing work?
Whenever you make a specialization, when you use that specialization, you get a bonus. You get to reroll 10s, is it?
Oh, do you get exploding tens on that? Okay, good. Because
I-
that'd be nice.
I think that's what it was.
I don't know if we re-roll tens or if tens just count for 2.
No,
That would be nice too.
I think you reroll 10s. I think that's what it is for specialization. I know that there
Right.
was a regular rule for specialization and a optional one, and I don't remember which one was the regular and which one was the optional. I think the more fun one is getting the reroll 10s, because I think that can get really out of control, because you can
Yes.
Oh,
get
yeah.
like a lot of those back to back.
So
I love systems
you
with
could roll more
floating high
ones.
dice. No, I don't like that.
I was wondering though, how exactly do I get a specialization?
Once you get 4 points in a talent or more, you can pick a specialization.
I see.
So, for
Can I-
example, with your martial arts, you can pick a specific martial arts, and then whenever that specific martial arts comes up, then you would get that bonus to it.
Ah, I see. I have to pick a specific form of martial arts.
hmm
Interesting.
And for example,
Now-
your dexterity is at 4. Nicholas has a dexterity at 4, and his specialization is hands, right?
Mhm.
So
That's right.
anytime he does a dexterity roll that uses his hands, he gets the specialization bonus.
Oh, I see.
And likewise, Anthony has crafts at 5, and his specialty is cooking. So he gets his bonus on cooking.
I see. So for martial arts, would you consider a style of martial arts, or would
Yeah.
like a specific technique be better?
No, I would say a form of martial arts would make sense.
Okay. All right. I'll cement a form of martial arts then and try to get that as a specialization. You can only
Sure.
have one on your character, though, right?
I mean, anything that you have 4 dots in, you can have a specialization in.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's good to know.
Mm-hmm. Just know that you're locked in with that specialization. So, for example, if at any point Nicholas, his hands get chopped off, that specialization can't be replaced.
I mean, be the least of my worries.
Yeah, probably. But he couldn't then just go, well, I changed that to feet or to archery or something like that.
Yes, my handless archery.
I mean, have you seen that?
Yeah.
There's
That's
a
pretty
girl
sick,
who
yeah.
does like feet only archery and she's incredible.
Yeah, she is.
So, yeah, you talk shit, but still. Anybody else getting a focus point then? Speak now or forever hold your peace until next week.
Wait, one more question about that.
Go ahead.
Does that apply to spheres as well?
Yes. Once you get to
Oh.
level 4, you can have a specialty in that sphere. So
Oh my
for
God.
forces, it could be light. For life, it could be healing. Things like that.
So, how many points does it take to get a sphere to 4 again?
A bit.
You have to get your Arete to 4 first.
Yeah, you need to
Oh.
get your Arete up to whatever level you need to get your sphere to. And then after that, it's about purchasing
It's-
plus.
That's like sphere times 8. Current sphere times 8.
Gosh.
Yeah,
that
current
is-
sphere times 8. It
Yeah.
takes
More or less if it's your specialty sphere.
it takes a lot to up a sphere, which is usually why you want to get a mentor, because if you have a mentor who is specialized in that sphere and they're higher level than the sphere you're trying to reach, they reduce the cost by half.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's super huge.
So say if there was a specifically very powerful correspondence mage in your area and you wanted to get to higher correspondence, you could allow them to apprentice you for a short time and then you can get a discount on that.
I see. So, okay. All right. I think I follow for that then.
All right.
Um,
And then the last point of experience goes for heroism. Who here was a hero today?
Hero?
Hero.
A character
I
who
mean-
faces incredible odds to perform some memorable act of sacrifice or risk ought to be rewarded for stepping up courageously and doing what needed to be done.
No,
mean-
I mean, I drove off a bear. I healed someone that was about to explode, but it wasn't like courageous or sacrificial.
I would say Anthony would get one for jumping down into the hole with Gemma.
Yeah, definitely. I'd also probably say I don't want to keep bringing up that moment, but Ethan could have exploded. I'm just-
True. True.
I was a
Was-
hero for taking a punch.
My only thing is, it wasn't by his choice.
I mean, he knew the plan. He
Yeah.
knew what was gonna happen.
Okay, but the whole time he's like, oh, I could just redirect it from whatever, and you're like, okay, cool, punch you. No, I mean, literally anywhere. I could redirect it from your torso. Nope, punch you. Got it.
But I would still say in that case, Ethan didn't decide to dodge or run or go away or persuade her to stop. You just went, I could do it elsewise. Nope, I'm punching you. All right, I'm ready. And you did it.
I pulled it off. That's fair.
So I would
And
say
that's really saying something considering you know what he's capable of.
You could just annihilate me.
By the way, I've noticed this. Why is it that my absolute best rolls are whenever I'm punching Ethan? What's up with that?
It's probably from where you're blessed.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay, I
Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
All right. Before we end the experience point tribunal, are there any other things to be brought up?
Would I Would anything that Gemma did be considered heroic?
You got the
That-
box?
I got the box. Anthony helped with that, but I did get the box. I threw Anthony out of the hole. It's not like Anthony where, like, Gemma going down there wasn't by choice. It just kind of happened because... bleh. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if...
Actually, I will say for Gemma, you heard a person screaming in the woods, and you ran off to help them.
That's fair.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
That
the
actually
first
is a
thing
good
came to
point. I
mind.
completely forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
And you almost got yourself punched.
True.
I am noticing the disk space on my computer tick down really quickly, so I'm gonna say, let's end this here. And do you have anything to say, anyone, before I hit the stop recording button?
I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Bye.
Indeed. Bye.
Yes, thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it. Sorry to make this really quick, but I've got like 100 megabytes left, so bye-bye!
Go, 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 bye.